favour today, given the speed he's had this weekend?
Quickly, Sylvain.
For me, it'd be Joker, so.
Oh, okay, mixed over here. Gab and Neil, what do you think? Moto 3 coming your way?
Absolutely, it is going to be wild, isn't it? A rocky 1 and 2 on the grid, rain overnight, skies that refuse to settle. It's Moto 3 time at Le Mans, and as always, it's unpredictable. Rookie Max Quiles starts from pole in just his second race. Welcome to Le Mans for the opening race on the Grand Prix of France card. The Bugatti circuit has made heroes over the years, and maybe a star has been born here. Rookie Max Quiles on pole in just his second Grand Prix. In the other, he was on the front row. Remarkable, really. He's got fellow newcomer Guido Pini right alongside him, with Kelso on the inside up to turn 1 behind. What an exciting / scary row 2 we've got. The chicane will be interesting on lap 1 with Piqueras, Fernandez and Munoz. There's your championship leader as well on row 3 in 8th place. He hasn't looked that comfortable this weekend, Jose Antonio Rueda. What's he got when we go racing? There's Scott Ogden down on the 6th row of the grid alongside Jacob Ralston, with Kiwi Cormac Buchanan just behind. Eddie O'Shea bringing up the rear. Had a tough weekend, actually. A couple of unfortunate crashes at inopportune moments at the start of sessions, which have really cost him. Neil, it rained overnight. The track was wet this morning. The skies still looking a bit broody, aren't they? I know we're going to get elbows out, last lap lunges, but I'm sort of worried about this corner on lap 1.
Yeah, lap 1, this corner is always tricky. It is
even on
cold.
A warm lap.
Yeah, even on a warm lap, you have to be really, really careful. It's cold out there. We know the left-hand side of the tyre around here doesn't get a proper working, so you can lose a bit of temperature. So that first sector, turn 3, is going to be really, really tricky. You can see the patches. These opening laps are going to be a bit scary. The problem is when you're in the group, when you're battling, you can't see where the patches are. So yeah, let's hope they all get around the first couple of laps.
This is where Joel told Nat on the grid to watch out, particularly Museum Corner, and it's such a tricky one downhill into there, long hanging corner.
Yeah, loads of crashes this weekend, people losing the front. So there's that, and that last sector, the last corner. We saw in the Red Bull rookie race this morning, lots of crashes there. I'd say that's the slippiest corner on the track.
Through Garage Vert, got to avoid the white lines, the curbs as well, and it's so important at Le Mans to open up the racetrack as much as possible.
Yeah, it's narrow. It is narrow, so you have to use the curbs. You can't see the damp patches on the curbs. It's a risk. There's even places like through this part of the track, we're going to turn left, but then as you turn right, you take quite a lot of curb. You can't quite see it from that angle. So yeah, really tricky. I tell you what, I've got to say, I've made me laugh. You mentioned it, but looking at that second row gives me nightmares. Piqueras, unbelievably aggressive. Fernandez, then David Munoz. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting first couple of corners.
Obviously, Piqueras and Rueda have dished out the victories between themselves this year. Do you see a first-time winner here? Maybe even a maiden winner for someone like Quiles or Pini?
Absolutely, first chance, first real opportunity. Quiles is a special talent, like you say. Second GP, sits on pole, nothing to lose. It's going to be an entertaining race, this.
From the cradle of French motorsport, it's the baby of the field, Maximo Quiles, who leads the charge in pole as he rolls up to the line. But the fight behind will be lively, won't it? Another rookie alongside, some fierce title rivals further back. Moto 3 at Le Mans, ready to go. When the flag drops, the gloves will come off. The rain isn't far away. Anything can happen here. We have got 20 laps of French Grand Prix action coming for you, with grey skies overhead. The rookie Quiles on pole, championship leader on the 3rd row. Here we go then. The lights go out and we are underway as they head up towards turn 1 for the first time. Looks like a good start from Kelso on the inside, but even better from Piqueras row 2 and Quiles off a pole position as they head up through this fast kink for the first time. Kelso's got the inside line into the chicane. Here we go. Who's that running around the outside fast as well? Oh, it's tight through there, and it looks like, wow, I can't believe it. Oh, a little bit of contact through, but they seem to have all come through safely.
I can't believe it. I'm so pleased to see that. Really tricky, damp patches, cold tyres, and they've all made it through safely.
A little bit of a wider line for Quiles, just a little bit circumspect down into La Chapelle for the first time. Over the crest they go, and here we go, down to the tricky museum for the first time. Pini blocking off his teammate David Munoz. It's Quiles from Kelso with Angel Piqueras up to third. Then it's Pini fourth, Munoz in fifth. Then Valentin Perone's made a good start. He was in seventh on the grid. He's up into sixth place with Rueda now just behind Furasato, who's now passed Peroni in Garage Vert for the first time.
You can tell the grip levels are low, though. They've sort of been, I can't believe I'm going to say this, quite respectful on this opening lap. I think they're all well aware that they aren't too sure what the grip levels are going to be, so they're just building themselves into it.
Yeah, I thought Kelso was going to have a look. There is a patch there, you can just see, going down into Shimano Bert for the first time. A little damp patch, just if you take too much of a tighter line in there. Kelso under pressure, pressuring, should I say, Quiles for the lead, and he takes over at the Blue S's.
Hey, there's one thing we know about Joel Kelso. He can lead, he can ride on his own. He rides throughout the weekend on his own. He doesn't need a slipstream. He's one of the riders who'd rather not have riders in front of him during the weekend. So if he can get a couple of clear corners, and we know how aggressive that group is all behind, this could be Joel's first opportunity to win a race.
Here we go then, across the line at the end of the first lap. It's Joel Kelso, the Australian, who leads them from Max Quiles in second place. Munoz is now past his teammate and up into fourth place. Fast kink of turn one. They get up to 140 miles an hour just before they slow down for this chicane. It was looking side by side. There was someone in there. Furasato getting involved, getting stuck in, as you would expect. Not being great in practice for Furasato, and he's already mixing it up towards the front.
Incredible. He's the ultimate Sunday man. Really, really aggressive, and just works his way forward. He's got straight onto the back of this group, and he's going to make some moves. Pete up the inside.
Here he comes down into Museum. Quiles just dropping backwards. Yamanaka's gone, I do believe. That yellow flag is for the Japanese rider. If you just saw the long lap penalty come up for Riccardo Rossi, it's nothing he's done in this race. That was for riding slow in practice.
Oh, Furasato there. There was no room up the inside of Quiles on the most difficult corner, downhill, off camber. It's really easy to overload the front and took the front, but he did that with a bit of style.
So Quiles just dropping back. This race isn't run yet, though. Long way to go as Kelso leads them down into the Shimano Bert S. There is the championship leader, the number 99 blue number on that Red Bull KTM IO bike for the championship leader, and he's going to now squeeze through on Quiles.
Yeah, Quiles has lost a bit of rhythm, hasn't he? He's been sort of duffed up. I mean, it is the reality. He was fast, as we know, in all the junior championships, but when you get to world championships, they are incredibly aggressive, the riders around you.
Riccardo Rossi has done his long lap loop, so has rejoined further down the order behind Noah Detvilla, but has got it done quickly. Right thing to do at Garage Vert. But that was damp, wasn't it? Out doing the long lap loop off of the actual racetrack. We've just been around, as you came up from the paddock there where you were with Rachel. It's still damp, isn't it? All the asphalt around us. It's just the track that looks like it's dried up a bit.
It's actually dried quicker than I thought. Sylvain was saying sometimes it can take a while to dry if the sun's not out, but it has dried probably quicker than I was expecting.
Must be a bit of a breeze out there as Yamanaka,
you're done, mate.
Yeah.
that bike scrap. You're like, it's going to be a high side, is it? Or is it? Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's helped Vicente Perez on the inside.
I've got to say, racing incident, really, because it's difficult to see on the outside. You're leaning on to the inside, and it was only a slight touch. It wasn't a silly lunge. I'd like to think that nothing will come of that.
This is a tricky part of the racetrack, Garage Vert, where you saw that long lap loop on the outside. As Neil mentioned, downhill, off camber, double apex, and they've all got through safely for now, but it's the early stages of this race. I feel like it's a powder keg down there, ready to go off at any moment if someone gets a taste for it. At the moment, Kelso just stretching them, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, we know he has had a really good pace all weekend, but he's having a great season. He sits third in the championship, a couple of podium finishes, third last time out, and he's made a huge step forward this year.
Just saw the two Leopard teammates come together again. They've got form, already crashed out together once this year, although that didn't help each other on that occasion. It was just a synchronised crash, but already Fernandez back in front of David Alban. So here comes Munoz. Of course he does. Oh, I thought he was going to slide through up at turn one. It's got Munoz written all over it as that corner.
Don't know, every time they tip into turn three, it must be the conditions. There's been no really brave moves into there at this point.
The lap times are well,
Way off.
2 seconds off, 1.5 seconds off the lap record,
Yeah.
and they have set lap records this weekend. Kelso was the first, down into a 39, a 1 minute 39 around here. And then Quiles obviously stopped the clock at 1:39.9 in practice, but Kelso was even quicker in free practice. That's remarkable, but they're racing in 42 highs at the moment.
Yeah, quite a way off the pace. Say no one's taking any major risks at this point.
Stewards, no further action.
No, that's absolutely the right decision. Yeah, at this point, you're just clicking off the laps if you're in that leading group, not trying to take too much risk. You don't want to drop too far back. I think if I was Quiles, I'd be feeling slightly uncomfortable back in 7th place. I'd want to be maybe trying to get myself back inside the top 4, just in case there's a bit of a breakaway.
Yeah, and Rueda's sat there comfortably, isn't he, in 6th spot at the moment. I think Munoz would be the one who'd like to lead this. That has David Munoz written all over it, doesn't it?
It's funny though with Munoz, he's not a rider who's led many laps. If you think in his career, he's always in the fight. He's not won a race yet, and he spends most of his weekends following people. So if he does get to the lead, it'd be interesting to see what his lap times look like.
There's Purasato.
Yeah, Rueda just got up the inside of him into the last corner.
Fastest rider on circuit, though, is Adrian Fernandez. Now, before qualifying, I know he was on the second row, but for me, Fernandez was the one who looked like this weekend, the one who's got consistently fast pace.
Yeah, he didn't get a good start, did it? Quiles is starting to push a bit now. Back past Purasato.
Yeah, we spoke to Aimlab. He was telling us from his team how much temperature can be lost really, really quickly in these tyres. So you just have to respect them, don't you, early on? And I feel like everyone's been given that information. Just take your time.
They've all had the warnings off the team managers.
Feel your way into this race.
Yeah, it's not started how I thought it would do. I thought it would be argy-bargy from the first corners, but like I said, it's been relatively calm. But I think a lot of that's come down to Kelso. He's running a decent pace in these tricky conditions.
Yeah, it's keeping them all bunched together. We have seen so many group races here over the years. It's a track that lends itself to that kind of race. Chances of little slipstreams here down towards the Shimano Berth S's.
Yeah, you can see they're not using the curb. Normally you use curb here. They cut the curb. No, keep him well away from it. It's the right thing to do.
Okay on exit, aren't they? They
exactly.
run up there.
You're more upright on exit, but to use it on the maximum lean is much more risk.
Through the blue S's up towards the double apex of the Raccordo. This is where Sylvain was saying earlier, they can see where the track rejoins from the 24-hour car circuit and just grinds away a little bit on that asphalt there, so can be a bit slick. The pace is starting to get quicker now, into the 41s for the first time for Munoz and for Rueda.
Yeah, you used to get it at Brands Hatch quite a lot, where the car's G'd out and a little bit of alley from underneath the car would sort of like damage the tarmac and make it super slick.
That was deep there, wasn't it, from Joel Kelso?
Yeah, last time looking at what it's done, it's sort of like got the group all together. You can just sort of feel, oh, Peony. Right, it's going to start now, the race. I can feel like...
The Velcro's just being loosened on the clubs, isn't it, slightly?
Literally that. We know Guido Peony, who we're looking at now in second place, the rookie, qualified second. We've watched him through the junior ranks, and there's one thing that we know about that young man. He's brave, he's not shy. He'll stick it up the inside. It's one of those riders when you say he doesn't mind a crash. He crashes quite a bit.
I think Adrian Fernandez saw that as well, and he made a move on Quiles up to Museum Corner as well, as if he got a sniff of it as well. Right, we come out of the garage for double apex. Laps ticking off thick and fast here. We are on our 6th lap of 20, quarter of the way through the race, and still Joel Kelso, who's led from the first lap, leading the charge, but you do feel like it's just bubbling under, simmering at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a good few corners actually for Kelso. Just got a bit of a gap. All he needs now, Kelso, is the 2 teammates behind him to do something silly.
You feel
and
like
all of a sudden he'll have a second gap. It's going to be one. It could be one of those situations.
You feel like they've got it in them, don't you? The 2 Dynavolt Intact GP riders. Out of the final corner then. And still Kelso leads. Further down the order, Alvaro Carpe just set the fastest lap. Purasato's now down to 10th. Scott Ogden's in 14th, then a Cormac Buchanan who are rounding out the point-scoring positions. But it's one group, really, all the way down to Fodger in 18th as David Munoz lunges through at his teammate.
Wide again, really wide, and look how everyone he's going to get past.
He is.
Look at that, it's 4 abreast under the Dunlop Bridge.
And that's brave from Kelso, but Pini is going to take the lead in this race, the rookie, and he holds it as well, does really well. On the inside, contact there between Rueda and David Munoz. Just a little friendly rub, though, more than anything else. Here comes Kelso, who wants to lead it and goes back to the front. He's going to run wide. He gets that one done nicely, actually. He's strong in there.
Yeah, he's really strong. Whatever, the way he's got that bike set, Kelso, he seems to be able to hold a tighter line in places. The only issue he's having is turn 3.
This is not going to work, surely.
3 abreast down to there.
Oh, wow, Alvaro Carpe hung out to dry a little bit on the outside, so he loses position to Almanza, but Quiles taking such a tight line, and with Piqueras on his outside, Carpe then had nowhere to go. Here comes Munoz into Shimano Perfect, Port's mission, thankfully.
Yeah, over the wet patch as well. Someone's crashed.
Yeah, I wonder if that is Garage Ver. That is a favourite of it. It's Eddie O'Shea.
It's been a tough weekend for Eddie.
And it is in Garage Ver, and you can see the way he's standing, holding his head. He knows, he was there, he was ahead of Stefano Nepa, who's had a horrible weekend, and unfortunately has crashed out at 24.
Look, we know Eddie's talented. Do you know what he's having? He's having that what can happen in your tough rookie season. It's a big step into Grand Prix racing. Sometimes if you just lose a bit of confidence, a bit of feeling with the bike, it can be difficult. So he'll regroup. He's an intelligent lad, he'll work it out. He's got a good team around him.
Right, Kelso's got this wrong a couple of times into this chicane. That time was much better, much smoother. Yeah. He's been going deep, hasn't he, a little bit in there, and that really has affected his exit up and over the crest, down through the Dunlop Bridge.
This man's been impressive.
Yeah.
He's worked his way through this group. His passes have all been clean-ish. But that's Rueda. He's more methodical. He's not a late lunger, is he? He sets up a pass. He works on his exits. So he gets in the braking zone and he's already in like sort of alongside his rivals.
Nat asked him about Moto 2. Do you even think about it at this stage?
No, absolutely.
You have those conversations?
No. But good question. But no, at this point, we know we're 22 rounds of a championship, and we're at round 6. There's a long way to go. And
his seasons have faded from this point, haven't they, in his first 2 years? So he's had good starts to the season. He's got to just keep it rolling. Munoz again, no.
Do you know the reality of it? You don't even want to think about this year's championship. You've got to think about this weekend, then the next race. If you start thinking about the championship now, it can start to do your head in.
It looks like they're starting to brave that inside curve a little bit more down at Shimano Bird.
There you go. What a lovely move. Do you know when you talk about Rueda? That's a class move. No contact. Didn't make anyone sit up. Wasn't a silly move. But then behind Munoz there, just with his strange grin on his face.
Maniacal look on him. Right, Kelso, fastest lap of the race, so Joel out front, plugging away here, and as we said, has set so far this weekend the fastest lap with a 1:39.8. So Joel's no mug around here, and he's just pushing it on a little bit. Now he's had a bit of clear track at the front, and he's got that turn 1 right on a couple of occasions. So Munoz now back in front of Rueda.
Yeah, what he's got right, what Joel Kelso's been doing, he's not been risking a lot into turn 3, but he's built the confidence, he's built the temperature, and now where he was losing time there, it looks like he's almost gaining it. Like I said, he's a couple of moves off getting a nice little breakaway here.
He's always carried good corner speed as well, hasn't he?
Always.
Oh, Stefano Nepa's had a rotten weekend.
And that's why with Kelso, he sometimes loses out in the scraps at the end of the races, because his riding style is more brake early, carry corner speed.
What is it for the MLAV riders at the moment?
So much bad luck.
Adrian Cruz has now
been having a great
crashed
weekend.
Out. He has, yeah, looked good. And unfortunately, he's gone at La Chapelle. Ooh. Don't like the sound of that one.
No. It's easy to lose the front on the way in. Let's hope it's that, as opposed to high side on the way out.
Yeah, it looks like that's down towards the bottom, really, rather than it being, on the exit.
We've got a bit of a breakaway group.
Oh, here we go. Alvaro Carpe.
Haven't we? We've got just a bit of a breakaway. Yeah, you can see in the corner. He lost the front.
Oh, Quiles there
on the curbs.
On the curbs. That makes me nervous. Makes me think of The likes of Marc Marquez had one there, didn't he?
Well, again, so you got Kelso stretching the pace, set the fastest lap, but Munoz responded straight away.
Well, now
we're on proper lap times now.
That is the fastest race lap ever in a Moto3 race. So, you know, having been a bit circumspect early on, and who can blame them with the conditions as they are? It is a bit patchy out there, but Munoz starting to respond, and they're starting to feel it. They're getting to that halfway point of the race where they're thinking, right, it is okay, conditions are good, tyres are, you know, working well, let's get the move on. And it's stretching the whole group. What was a big group with about probably about 10 to 12 riders in, it's now sort of 5 riders and a bit of a break, or a bit of a gap back to Fernandez, who I think does have the pace actually. Piqueras has also come back to the front. He's up in 5th place. So we look back, a little bit wide on the entry.
Piqueras, I think, went really wide.
Yeah, he did.
Sharp.
He went up onto the curbs, didn't he?
Yeah, he might have been.
And you have to roll out a bit then, don't you?
Yeah, he will have. So, yeah, look, Piqueras has dropped back to it now. It's the group's 4.
And you think, though, Piqueras could help drag that second group.
Yeah, he's got the speed.
Here we go then. Kelso still leading them.
Oh!
Piqueras has gone down, maybe tried to make up too quickly. Oh, that's a nasty one for Angel Piqueras. So, the rider second in the championship, who has scored points in every round so far, is not going to do so here.
No, first mistake of the year. He made a mistake down into Garage Vert. And then, like you said, exactly right, trying to make it up too much too soon. It looked like a fast change of direction, got on the throttle. Luckily, it didn't high side him, but it still turned into a bit of an ugly crash.
Yeah, I wonder if there was any curb involved, any white line, anything like that.
Yeah.
I wonder, because they had started to look at the curve.
Exactly, and that's the part where I said if you touch the curb there, you have a lot of lean angle. You will need a bit of moisture there, and you are down in the. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it was. I guess we'll have another look at it.
Oh,
thankfully, he's okay because he sort of got caught up with the bike.
He'll be pig sick.
Oh no!
Oh no! Just let go on it.
Yeah, unless he clipped it slightly earlier, but it, yeah, that was a. I think it was. It was a curve.
White line curve.
100%. That's a curve.
Frustration for the MSI team. Both riders having crashed out of this race.
He's been having such a good season. What I like about Piqueras, he looks like he can ride on the limit without crashing. That's his first mistake, and it was literally just touching the curb. A little bit like Marc Marquez in America. If you touch the inside curbs, you can pay the price.
Just like that, isn't it? Exactly the same. Joel Kelso. Let's have a look at him down towards Garage Vert. He's been told that Piqueras is out. I don't think he cares at the moment because...
No. It seems a strange bit of information.
Yeah, he's going for a little bit of the inside curb, though. Is Kelso through turn 10. Really pushing on the pace. And actually, he's done a personal best lap himself.
Yeah.
He's not done here. He's paced it nicely. Hopefully that means, for his sake, he's got some tyre in the latter stages.
Well, it looks smooth, yeah, and the fact that the lap times were pretty off the pace to start with because of track conditions, I don't think the tyres are going to be a massive issue.
Yeah, I think if there was going to be a cold tear or anything like that, it might have already been a problem. Alvaro Carpe's dipped under the 141 barrier for the first time. So 140.8 from the second of the IO bikes. He's back in 5th place, but he's 1.7 off Kelso.
Yeah, you feel like Carpe's also got the pace to maybe bridge that gap. What that group behind needs now, they need Munoz to do a Munoz on Kelso, just to slow the pack up.
This is Jakob Rosenthaler back there in 21st. I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but Rosenthaler riding at the back of the field. Kelso from Munoz and Rueda, that's your 1, 2, 3. Pini is 4th on the 94, but just look behind Alvaro Carpe, fastest lap of the race. He was 4/10 quicker than Kelso on that last lap, half a second quicker than Pini.
Yeah, he's bridging the gap. Every sector is getting another 10th. We're looking at the man, he's your current junior world champion and the Red Bull rookie champion.
And will have been here with the rookies last year. He was 3rd and 5th in the race here in the rookies. Last time. Piqueras the year before won both of them. You know, they've all got form around this place. I think Guido Pini didn't race here, but had a second here in that race when Piqueras won. So, you know, they've all got a little bit of something to fall back on.
The surprise of the race, I'd have to say, is our pole man. Because he was fast all weekend, and he's currently sat in 10th place.
Can we give him a break? It's just his second race, though.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah. Already seems harsh, but I mean, in a way, it's a compliment that I'm disappointed he's in 10th, because he finished 5th in his first ever race in America, then was really looking at the training and said, oh, it's going to get time between these lot.
Kelso, I mean, I have to say for Munoz, he's sat in behind Kelso, hasn't he?
Which I've never seen before, ever. David Munoz.
Have they installed an earpiece from Peter Ertel into David's ear?
Wait, not now. Wait, you can imagine every corner. No, no,
down, boy,
down. We are talking about the man in second, David Munoz. If you don't know or you haven't watched in the past, he's the most aggressive rider I've ever seen. He's received quite a lot of penalties throughout his young Grand Prix career for overstepping the mark.
But and you get on really well with Peter Ertel,
yes,
his team manager, and yeah, you've had a few discussions with him about all the different tactics to try and get through to him, because there is no doubting he has some of the rawest talent out there.
Yeah, raw talent, high skill level, incredible will to win. It's just sometimes he has red mist. That's it's as simple as that. We've seen it, yeah, on too many occasions, but this is so far, and I hope I'm not tempting fate, this is a class ride from Munoz.
But it's what we saw last year, isn't it, from Munoz? We had a lot of consistency from him. We thought he might have turned a corner, and now that he had a sniff of winning races, not quite worked out. You know who's impressing me? Keyless here, Valentin Perrone, in 6th place. Bear in mind, we've spoken to Hector Testuri, who used to be one of your mechanics, a couple of times about him, saying, yeah, look, his kid's got talent, but he's very wet behind the ears. Well, he's leading that chase pack with Almanza, Fernandez, Farasato and Cole, and Max Keyless in it.
Tell you what, David Munoz there was in a position to pass, definitely, and he chose not to, which was absolutely the right thing to do. You look at the pace that Kelso just set his fastest lap, so the pace is hot, but it's like Munoz realises there is no point in passing him. All I'm going to do is probably slow us both up, and then before you know it, a group of 4 soon becomes a group of 10.
Nothing to be gained, is there, at this stage of the race? And I feel like Kelso and Munoz as well, turning up the wick every single lap. He's getting a 10th quicker every lap, riding an excellent race. You just hope that there's something to come at the end of it for him.
Only 6.5 laps to go. It's soon gone, this race.
He's led races, hasn't he? Oh, there's been a crash behind. Is it Pini? Is it Guido Pini who's gone out? I just saw in the back of shot a bike go, and Guido Pini. Oh dear me for Pini. At the start of his season, there's been a lot of those. Thailand, Argentina, and now here in France. He had an 11th, 10th, 7th, was getting closer, but unfortunately, the young rookie has crashed out at Garage Vert.
Yeah, like I've said before, I've said it so many times, it's a very difficult corner, downhill. TV flattens it out, so you can't really appreciate the elevation as it goes downhill. Watch it, your man in 4th.
Oh, he had a couple of moments.
The exact point where the track drops away there, the camber falls away. It's a negative camber. Essentially, when you tip into there, you've got a certain amount of brake pressure. You have to release a bit of pressure. If you keep the same brake pressure, as the track falls away, you will literally just tuck the front.
Kelso again a 141.0. Munoz a 141.0. Really consistent.
Again, Munoz. That is definitely David Munoz not attempting a pass.
Yep.
He does like riding close on.
Really close on the rear wheel, isn't
I've said this before as well. He reminds me of Noriyuki Haga. Haga was exactly the same back in the day in the superbikes.
Just not as sideways as Norrie was.
No, not quite.
He was great, wasn't he, to watch? And the character to boot.
Definitely.
Away from the track as well as on it.
You didn't want on your pit board +0 Haga on the last lap.
Well, you had Haga or Schaus, didn't you, at the time? You didn't want either of them in that situation.
I still have nightmares about them both. Or Walker. Or Hayden, if we were talking about it. The James Hayden. If he was behind you on the last lap, you knew he was coming through.
Right, on board we are with Joel Kelso, who's ridden a superb race, the Aussie. But Munoz is there in attendance. Rueda's just in a personal best lap, trying to hang on, really, to the pace that Joel is imposing on this race. There's a slight gap then back to Carpe, and then it's Perrone 3 seconds back in 5th in that group. I will say Scott Ogden and Cormac Buchanan are 11th and 12th and have a similar pace to all that group. So it could be, for the Brit, for the Kiwi, some good results coming in today.
Yeah,
encouraging as well, as in morale boosting.
Of course it is. proper step in the right direction. I hope I'm not tempting fate, but Joel Kelso has not put a wheel wrong.
That you are tempting fate.
Up to this point. It's been immaculately smooth, loads of corner speed. He respected the left-hand side of the tyre early on in the race at this part of the track.
Here we go then, is David Munoz on this occasion.
I can hear Peter Hurtle going, no, wait,
hold.
Too soon.
Rueda personal best lap again, Neil, and so the gap's still at 0.3. Actually, that's the first lap, Kelso and Munoz. Pace has just ebbed ever so slightly, 41.2 on that lap.
Yeah, lost a couple of tenths. It's not a lot, but is it a sign? Oh, a bit of a move.
Twitch there.
Yeah, a bit of a twitch there.
Oh dear. Angel Piqueras. It's not end to his day, but he'll be back. The race is not run, the day is not done in the championship anyway for Angel Piqueras. A long, long way to go, as you mentioned earlier, absolutely rightly. It's a 22 race season.
Yeah.
We're only at round six.
I thought that earlier we put the display of the calendar on, and I looked, I thought, wow, a fair few races to go and quite a bit of travel.
Yeah, and still, I mean, you think back, Qatar feels like years ago. It's only a month ago.
Yeah, Thailand feels like about 2 years ago, doesn't it? The round one.
Fastest on that previous lap was Rueda in third, the championship leader, who, it's fair to say, Neil, hasn't had the best of weekends, but has gone about race lap business.
Yeah, this is a championship winning weekend. When it's not been going well, he's been struggling in all sessions, really. He's never been inside the top three, but on race day, he's been calm. Like I said, all the passes he's made in this race have been very clinical, and he's in a really strong position now. The only downside to leading the whole race, if you're Joel Kelso, is you've no information of where you're fast. If you're Munoz, if you're Rueda now, you know exactly the parts of the track that you feel comfortable, where you think you can make a pass. So it can be a bit nerve-wracking now. Joel Kelso's never won a race. There's 3.5 laps to go. The anxiety levels, you start to think, is this it? Is this the one? Could I do it?
And now Munoz, the way Rueda was almost alongside him there, put the front wheel to alongside him, as if also to say to David Munoz, I'm here too. He will know now that Rueda is there. Again, Kelso, 41.2 on that lap, and again, Rueda, 2 tenths quicker. Are we at the stage of the race where Kelso doesn't quite have the tyre left, even though, you know, it was in those early stages of the race, the pace was steady? I hope not. I hope that he's got something to battle with as they go through Garage Fair. 3.5 laps remaining in this French Grand Prix. It's a three-way battle for victory. Car pace just dropped back ever so slightly. It's Rueda who looks the strongest at the moment, but he has 2 tough nuts to crack in front of him. 2 riders who have not won a Grand Prix before. No,
that's so true. You know David Munoz is going to absolutely going to have a go. He's going to send it.
Here we go with Rueda. He loves that though, doesn't he? A little switchback.
Yeah, he's got that in his pocket. And Rueda's looking the most impatient out of the lot.
Now Munoz, having seen that Rueda is ready to move, does he now make the move up to the chicane? We'll find out, won't we? 3 laps to go. Yeah, lap times are dropping. Sorry, are going up. If anything, that's again another 2 tenths of a second slower for your leader. I think Rueda's going to go if not. Yeah. Now you got to take Munoz, still not going. That's no attempt to pass. Who's worked this one out? Who's done their homework? Who's shown how you win a race here at Le Mans? Looked at the history we've had here, 25 years in a row, pretty much have been coming to Le Mans. And there is a secret to it. Do you leave it to the final corner? Is the final corner a little bit too late? Do you have to then run a defensive line? Do you then get passed to the line? Thinking back to some of the recent races we've had here, and they can be decided down at the Raccordement. On board with Joel Kelso towards Garage Vert. You think now Kelso, he's in his 66th race, never won one. Munoz behind him, 55 races, never won one. But the man sat in third, he's at 45 races, 4 wins, so... And 3 of them this year. Yeah, exactly. Leading the championship. His main rival in the championship has crashed out. If it stays like this, Kelso will close the gap to Piqueras in second place. Here comes Rueda, and he is going to make the move. Oh, that's a good move. That is the pin being pulled right there. because suddenly Munoz now will
suddenly,
have to start making moves.
Suddenly now, the red mist will appear.
Here we go, and straight away, straight away.
That's what we've always seen throughout his career.
And that could help Kelso in this
Really
situation. Here we go then, 2 laps to go, and the touch paper's been lit. Are we going to get some fireworks now in the remaining couple of laps of this French Grand Prix in Moto 3? Kelso surely has enough of a gap up towards the chicane on this occasion, but knows behind him he has got 2 hard chargers. Well, he's got 1 hard charger.
Yeah, he's got 1 hard charger and a real clinical rider.
Further back down through the order, personal best lap times for Almanza in 5th, for Zarco in 6th. They're all battling for the remaining positions. Scott Ogden actually in 11th as well at this moment. Personal bests coming in. Kelso carrying corner speed.
Exactly, that sweep in line, but it works for him. He gets really good exit speed, so it makes him difficult to pass in these tricky parts of the track like this and Garage Fair.
Gets out the corner well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Gets a nice little punch out of there. Here we go. Munoz has looked strong here, and he's got slipstream.
I think this is going to be the first pass.
He knows that Munoz is coming. He tried to ride him through. Oh, that's good from Kelso.
Yeah, it sends to his head. He's gone wide, he's gone deep. He's going to get past into the next corner because he's going to lose exit speed.
Or is he, though? Because Rueda's going to be attacking on Munoz in turn, as he did on the previous lap. Does Rueda try the switchback once more?
Yes.
He does! Is he going to make contacts? He slides through in front. Rueda up into 2nd. This is helping Kelso, because surely Munoz is going to attack again.
This is going to help Kelso. They're going to go really wide. That will have cost them about 0.3 of a second.
And surely that takes the chicane out of the equation on this final lap of the French Grand Prix. Joel Kelso has led it since lap 1. He has his best opportunity, the number 66, in his 66th Grand Prix. It's side by side between Rueda and Munoz, but in doing so, they're just giving Kelso a free ride out front.
Well, they're closed in a lot there, though. Munoz risked a lot into turn 3 and got away with it, and he's right on the back of Kelso,
who's sacrificing corner entry to try and get good corner exit every single time. He's going to go a little bit deep in La Chapelle. He is strong into Museum Corner. Will it be down at Shimano-Verb? We saw Munoz had a think about it on the previous lap. Into Museum they go. Half a lap remaining, and still the Australian leads the way, hoping to win his first Grand Prix, as is this man in his rear-view mirror. It's David Munoz on the 64 down towards Garage Fair.
Munoz is so fast into the last corner. He's had the 2 passes on Rueda, so if he's sat here going into the last corner, Munoz will definitely dive bomb him.
Will he have a go, though, down into Shimano-Verb? He's got the slipstream on the run, and Joel Kelso trying to make him go the tight route. He is going to attack, surely, down into the Shimano-Verb. He can't do it. Kelso's going to run a little bit deep in there. Will there be a...
He's
got the twitch. He's got the twitch on. Surely Munoz is going to attack. He can't do so.
Right.
So Kelso now, he's riding such a defensive line. He's got to go defensive
really
into the
defensive now. Go and block it off, completely block it off. No, you've left it open.
He's opened it. Oh man, there's going to be contact. Of course it was going to happen. And Jose Antonio Rueda is going to come through and win this Grand Prix, because Kelso left the door open. We've seen it in the past, and it's happened again. Jose Antonio Rueda wins the French Grand Prix. David Munoz takes 2nd. Joel Kelso is 3rd across the line. They'll have a look at that one upstairs, I'm sure. Carpe is 4th. Almanza is 5th in that chasing pack. Quiles takes 7th across the line. Scott Ogden pipped by Dennis Fodger at the end for 11th. Jacob Ralston 13th ahead of Cormac Buchanan, but this man has sat there and he has extended his championship lead with win number 4 of the season.
Yeah, and we saw it coming. We saw it 2 years ago, 3 years ago with the Yumu Sasaki. Did exactly the same thing. That last corner, if you block it off completely, no one can come round the outside of you. And even if you get a bad exit out of the last corner, here we go, you just have to go down the white line, completely block. You know, if you've got plus 0 Munoz, you know this is coming.
And they're going to look at it, but it's last lap, last corner. You've got to be able to pass in that situation. You've got to be able to pass. And Kelso will be frustrated, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be today. It's Jose Antonio Rueda who's our race winner. We ride on board with him to the final couple of corners. The contact happened and he thought, oh, it's Christmas Day. He wins here at the French Grand Prix. after taking advantage of that lunge from David Munoz. We saw it coming a mile off. Jose Antonio Rueda takes the Florids and takes the win here at the French Grand Prix.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
TNT Sports is packed with unmissable sporting action all summer long. It's going to be non-stop, full throttle, sporting goodness, all in one place to keep you on the edge of your seat. You've got to be kidding me! There'll be no need to whip out the sun cream, so relax, because we've got you sorted this summer on TNT Sports and Discovery Plus.
New Dove Men Plus Care.
Welcome to the team.
Thanks.
Nice to clean your fingers.
New Dove Men Plus Care helps neutralize odor-causing bacteria that thrive on stress sweat.
Really needs more salt.
Get comfortable with uncomfortable. Upgrade to 72-hour protection with new Dove Men Plus Care.
After 5 fruits, I ain't never going back. So fruity, so thick, I ain't never going back. So from the pack, morning, noon, or late night snack. Gimme that fire. Mango passion, coconut, strawberry, my way. Gimme that fire. So smooth, so thick, so from the pack. After 5 fruits, there's no going back.
Don't know if you're driving illegally without an MOT or road tax?
Regit.
Want to know if your car is clean air compliant?
Regit.
Regit is the digital garage that keeps everything to do with your car. Just enter your reg on the website, free.
Regit.
Don't risk it. Regit.
Regit.
Work hard, play hard, train hard, straight. Then I power up with my slim fast shake. Give me that oomph for the day. Get my boomph on the way. Got me feeling pumped up for the day. Holy vitamins and minerals. All your smooth criminal. 14 grams of protein. It's a vibe in a bottle. Give you fuel for your throttle. Wanna be alive and power up. Slim fast. Yeah. Tasty, tasty, good, baby. Let's go.
McSpicy Frank's Red Hot is back with 100% chicken breast fillet, melty cheese, fiery jalapenos, and that irresistible Frank's Red Hot mayo. Make it hot.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
Welcome back to Le Mans, where we've had our first Grand Prix of the morning. It's the Grand Prix of France in Moto 3. While we were on the break, we just got information from the stewards. They were demoting David Munoz one position down to third place. So Joel Kelso will take second after all in the race, but still Jose Antonio Rueda takes victory. Alvaro Carpe came home in fourth place, and fair play to him for sticking in that one. Set some good laps in the middle of the race to do it. But Rueda takes the victory. His teammate Neil, and I have to say, looking at the lap time on that last lap, a 1:40.9 from Jose Antonio. That's seriously impressive.
Yeah, incredible. Didn't you feel that though throughout the race? I'm thinking Rueda's going to win this. I felt it. You could just feel it coming. It was coming, and basically what I thought was going to happen, it literally was exactly. I feel like I'd already seen this race. I sort of knew that Munoz was going to lunge into the last corner.
Well, yeah, he's going to do it at some point, wasn't he? I thought he actually.
But what you do, you have to take away that opportunity, and how you do that is go super defensive. As we know, on some last corners, if you go way too defensive, it really affects you run out of the corner. But not at this track, because the finish line is essentially just out of the last corner.
What's your opinion on Munoz being demoted one position for that contact?
Yeah, it's a weird one, because this is Grand Prix racing. It's a last lap, last corner to win your first race. The door was open. There was room. Look, it's a late move, but this is Grand Prix racing. I've got to say, I don't think he should have been demoted a place. Don't get me wrong, if he'd have pulled that move on me, I'd have felt really hard done by, but I'd have learned from it, because I'd watched the race back and think to myself, well, I've half invited it.
Do you think reputation has preceded it a little bit there?
I think that could be a lot of it.
Let's hear what David Munoz has to say about it.
David, third in the end after an incredible last lap battle. Just talk us through, from your opinion, that final corner.
Yeah, maybe I pushed on the last lap and I pushed to Kelso in the last corner, but it not enough. But well, good race for me, and thank you to the team for the hard working during the weekend, and go to Silverstone.
A great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to David. I'm not quite sure what he made of that last corner. We'll have to catch up with him in Spanish later on today. But this was the move again, and Kelso's right, opening up the door.
Kelso's on the actual full racing line. He's not even gone 20%, 10% defensive. There you go. Look, there is room.
Well, there is the question, isn't there, then? Would he have made the corner without the contact, that sort of thing? Would he have then run wide? Yeah. Kelso clearly doesn't want to shake hands too much with Madonna, as you wouldn't.
Yeah, as you wouldn't.
Interesting to hear what he's got to say down there to Jack Appleyard. I think I can see Joel just at the edge of Parc Fermé now. There he is.
Joel, I imagine heartbreak after that one, dominated the race, leading it almost from start to finish. Just how disappointing is it to miss out like that at the final corner?
Honestly, mate, I have no words about what happened at the last corner, but anyways, let's not speak about that. Let's speak about the positive, that we did a perfect race. We were first the whole race, and we made a couple mistakes. We fixed them up, and all of a sudden improved half a second. Had pretty decent pace with the conditions like this, and I'm just really happy that we're really, really strong, and no matter what happens in any situation. So yeah, I'm just going to look at the positive, because I don't have anything else to say about the last corner.
A great performance, well done.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, well done to Joel Kelso, third podium of the season. I mean, 4 top 4s in a row. He is in the mix, he is there. But what would you be saying to him when he reviews that race later on with his team?
At this point, I'd be giving him hugs and praising him. The serious chat would come tomorrow. I'd say, let's talk about it. We'll look back at it. You know, he dealt with that interview really well. There were so many positives. Just one little area.
seconds. The penalty is applied by starting about 3-4 seconds behind the riders once they pass turn 1-2.
David Alonso testing out the long lap loop there. He's got to do that early on. Right, how do you get about Gonzalez? Because he looks to have a 10th or 2 in his back pocket.
Yeah, he's had everyone covered since Friday morning. It looks like he just has a set for this racetrack that he's at ease. He can do the lap times at will. I think you've got to attack him from the outset. If you're Barry Baltus and Diogo Moreira on the front row of the grid, you've got to try and beat him to turn 1. And it's the only way. Everyone on row 2, Dixon, Canet, they'll feel like they've got a race rhythm perhaps to challenge, but they need to get through. They can't allow Manuel to make a break.
All the time, Zonta van der Gerberg's tyres will be losing temperature, so he's got to be very, very cautious up towards the first corner. But Gonzalez, of course, who leads the championship by 7 from Aaron Canet, has looked fantastic every single race weekend, and he's continued that form here in France. I would say, looking at race pace, Diogo Moreira not the greatest, but Jake Dixon from that second row looked to have it. Canet not sure. We'll find out, won't we, over the next 22 laps.
Dark, just as they pull up on the grid.
A few spots of rain perhaps in the air we were hearing from pit lane before. Let's see. Gonzalez will be leading them out then on this 22-lap Moto 2 race. Is Le Mans going to deliver once more as it just did in Moto 3? Lights go out and we are underway. Little wheelie from Moreira and from Gonzalez, but got away nicely at the front. Jake Dixon's made a good launch from the second row of the grid and actually threads the eye of the needle, doesn't he, up towards the chicane. Moreira is going to attack Gonzalez into turn 1, and Gonzalez loses that lead from the Brazilian. Philip Salac riding around the outside. Excellent from the Czech rider. That was superb, wasn't it? And then Adrian Huertas had to go through the runoff through there. So it's Moreira from Gonzalez, then it's Dixon and Salac on the inside. He and Albert Arenas. Arenas well aware Salac is there, and he slots into 4th.
Yeah, great first set of corners for Philip Salac from the third row of the grid, from Jake Dixon as well. Great start. Aaron Canet's the one who came off worst. He got mired in the turn 2, turn 3 section where they just dive bombed him down the inside.
A little wider from Moreira, wasn't it? Trying to swoop around Museum Corner. It is a way to attack that one. It's a long loop that comes back on itself in turn 7. This is turn 8, double apex right-hander of Garage Bear. And Diogo Moreira leads us in this race. Manu Gonzalez is in 2nd place, 3rd is Dixon, 4th is Salac. And we've said, actually, it's good for Dixon because sometimes it takes him a couple of laps, doesn't he, to get up to pace.
Yeah, Diogo's been a bit of a strange one this weekend. A crash for Colin Fire. Opening lap on the exit of Garage Bear, it looks like.
Yeah, it is. That's definitely out of turn 8.
But yeah, we noticed from Moreira on Friday he was comfortable, he was fast, but not as consistently fast as the likes of Manu Gonzalez, Jake Dixon, Philip Salac. Barry Baltus through and Albert Arenas into Recordamon.
Yeah, his start wasn't the best, was it? Already got swallowed going up towards turn 1, but making moves to come back towards the front. And after what he did at Jerez, you would not count him out of battling for the podium here today. But Albert Arenas is a terrier, completely different statures, these two, and very, very experienced Arenas. He's surely going to run a little bit deep there, just as Dixon did. But no, Albert Arenas hangs on.
You've got to say, Barry Baltus' part to weight gets a little bit beat up there at the end of the long front straight, and obviously had to give best. Oh, he gives best. Did you see him right into the side of Albert Arenas in the middle of La Chapelle?
Well, we need to camera on that one. That one's going to rumble and rumble.
Yeah.
Although Arenas now is under pressure from Lopez behind. Out the front, Jake Dixon went deep in the chicane. His teammate got alongside him, but down towards La Chapelle, Dixon was just that little bit braver. Maybe a bit of respect between the two pals and teammates down there. And Dixon able to rejoin in 3rd spot.
Yeah, I think there's almost a gentleman's agreement, I want to say, between Salac and Jake Dixon. The title race, Salac is establishing himself as a front runner here in Moto 2 this year, and they both work well together. So I think Salac probably just give best to the more senior of the two inside the garage.
You see how we're running on the inside curbs there. We were avoiding those curbs during Moto 3, but I tell you what, the clouds overhead, look at them from on board with Manuel Gonzalez. As we look at the rear of Diogo Moreira's bike, it won't be easy to pass the Brazilian, but the clouds, dark clouds looming overhead, and if it does rain, no flag-to-flag rules here. They will red flag it, and we'll get a shortened race, depending on how far into the race we are.
Yeah, it's one of those where the riders, their lap times are pretty good straight away here. The track is fully dry. You get a few little spots on your visor, on your screen, the mental rain, and it just makes you a little cautious into the likes of this turn 3 the S's at Dunlop.
Barry Baltus attacks Salac and takes fourth. He was the fastest rider on track on that second lap of the race, and 1:35.5 is a new race lap record for the Belgian.
Impressive when you think we've been in the 34.9, 34.8 second range for Manu Gonzalez this weekend in his race runs in terms of rhythm, so there's more pace out there, but Barry Baltus, despite the conditions being less than optimal, is able to break a new lap record here.
What we said in the past, he never looked after his tyres, but he did do in Jerez, didn't he? Kept them underneath him. Diogo Moreira, another one whose tyres faded back in the Spanish Grand Prix. As Celestino Vietti comes through, I thought then Tony Arbolino was going to fire back at him, but it's good to see both Vietti and Arbolino looking a lot more on it this weekend. The times have been so tight, apart from Gonzalez.
Yeah, Gonzalez has had an advantage over the entire field. All the Boscoscuros looking better. You mentioned there with Alonso Lopez, he's in there in 7th, but you've got Vietti in 11th, Arbolino 12th, Sergio Garcia.
Huge crash for Tony. Tony Arbolino has crashed out at the blue S's. He was in that battle right there with Celestino Vietti as Baltus attacks Dixon towards the Raccordo. Arbolino has crashed out.
Yeah, Barry wasted no time there on the Raccordo with Jake Dixon, but you'll see here just as they click 6th gear, it does hurt the Belgian a little in terms of his size, but he holds it out this time.
Well, it's getting tight behind, isn't it? Gonzalez having a think about Moreira. Look at the ground that Baltus eats up on the brakes, though, to Gonzalez. That is stunning from the Belgian, and suddenly a gap that was, you know, tending towards half a second, it's closed in the space of one corner.
Yeah, sometimes actually size and weight can help here to get the tyres up to temperature early doors. So Barry, you can see he's aggressive. He's got feeling with his Pirelli front and rear. Everyone's on the soft front and super soft rear here today, but he's able to activate them that little bit quicker. He just looks really confident right now.
Is he able to get about Manuel Gonzalez? Because this could change the outcome of this race. Diogo Moreira's got through on Gonzalez, so I get on the nose down into Garage Fair. I wonder whether he might have to just release the front brake a little bit there, Gonzalez. Thankfully, it stayed underneath him, but I just wonder if Gonzalez knows that Baltus is coming. He is going to attack, is he, on Moreira? Yeah. Down into the Shimano curve, levels Diogo Moreira. I thought Moreira was going to hang on, but Gonzalez is through. Now, Gonzalez will try and impose his pace on the race.
Yeah, you could see Manu got the hurry up. He knew he had to push on. The pit signal will have had the number 7 on his board that he's coming, and he's up the ante. He wanted through down into Garage Vert, thought best of it, got the run out of Garage Vert, and executed the pass perfectly into the Shimano Booth S.
Baltus looks tasty early on in this race, doesn't he? Spoke to him down there before. Nat spoke to him over the weekend, almost saying I'm learning from Canet. At the moment, he's outdoing Canet, isn't he? His teammate in this race. He's up in 3rd, Canet down in 8th.
It'll be interesting to see if Moreira can match the pace of Gonzalez. Oh, he's thinking about going straight back up the inside, knows he needs to attack him as Arenas attacks Salac into the Dunlop S.
And Salac should have the inside line as they come over the top through the Dunlop Bridge down towards La Chapelle, and Salac does have that inside line, forcing Arenas to go around the outside and closing the door on exits.
Salac has got the pace to hang onto the back of his teammate Jake Dixon here, but battling back and forth with Albert Arenas will frustrate him because it's causing a bit of a gap to open up between the front 4, and this battle, Aaron Canet's about to join the party as well.
Yeah, Canet's got through on Lopez now. They see on the 44 after a tough start to the race. He's back on to the rear of Albert Arenas. Gonzalez leading then, and this is the part of the racetrack that he just looks to have an extra couple of tenths on everybody. He's pulled a slight gap on Moreira, and so you have to start questioning who is going to challenge Gonzalez. Is anyone going to be able to, now that he's at the front and he's able to start imposing his rhythm on the race just as he did back in Spain?
Yeah, last lap around whilst making the overtake, it was a personal best for Manu Gonzalez, 35.5, but we know he's got at least another half a second in the locker. The track conditions aren't as good as they were yesterday morning when he was setting those 34.9s, 35.0s, but I think this time around will tell us if he knocks another couple of tenths off it, if he is going up the ante, and he does. 35.2, another brand new race lap record.
Yeah, the only rider in the 35.2 bracket as well is Barry Baltus in 3rd place. So you've got to think Baltus needs to make a move and make it quickly. There's a late one there. That's a really late one from Aaron Canet down into turn 13. Echoes of the Moto 3 race there, but gets it done cleanly enough. Well, I'll tell you what, as Gonzalez had a moment because suddenly they're all over the back of the Spaniard again. We missed what was happening there because we're on that replay.
Those two are good on the brakes into the Dunlop chicane, both Baltas and Moreira last time around, but perhaps it was a little mistake from Gonzalez.
Yeah, I think he ran wide perhaps at the chicane, and that means on exit he'll concertina up. He's so strong though, isn't he, Gonzalez? But maybe with that little mistake perhaps at the chicane, it gives a little bit of encouragement to Moreira and to Baltas behind.
See Barry just losing a little bit in the latter part of the straight, but making it all back on the brakes. Such is his natural attack and riding style, but yeah, it's impressive to witness.
He has to do that though, doesn't he? Because of his size, I suppose.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's just not got the pace out, the punch out the corners like some of the lighter riders.
He's aggressive, even direction change in the Blue S, he throws it on his side and he forces it into the apex. He's confident with the bike underneath him, and listen to the interview he did with Nat. He's got the right approach this year. He knows the team are going for the title with Aaron Canet. Obviously, they didn't expect Barry to be just as strong as he is, I don't believe.
He's fourth in the championship. He's only 26 behind his teammates. As we hear the limiter on the Triumph triples getting a workout from all of the riders through that turn 1-2 set of kinks. Jake Dixon just losing touch at this moment in time, but he'll have a pace, he'll have an idea of the lap times in his head that he needs to run to get it to the line.
Yeah, Canet, fastest man last time around. He's just getting back in touch, 1.6 off, and yeah, that's not out of contention at this stage in the race.
On board with Manuel Gonzalez, much cleaner lap this time. Down into Garage Vert. It always makes me nervous dropping down into that corner here. And the engine just go quiet for a moment. Gonzalez picked it up beautifully. And listen to those Triumphs singing down through Shimano Burfesses.
I think if Barry gets an opportunity, he won't waste any time in sending it down the inside of Moreira. He's looking at it here as he rounds this left, trying to drive up towards the inside and record him on.
He's going to do it, is he? He went tight there, did Moreira. How hard was he to pass for Senna Aegis back in Jerez?
Very true. He made himself wide. He got a little telling off for putting Senna almost onto the grass down the back straight, and a little ticking off, should I say. But yeah, he's good on the brakes. He's good when the bike's sideways, and you can see it here. Even Barry's prowess in the braking zone, not easy to make a move.
Here comes Baltas up to the chicane, through he goes into second, and it was a responsible... Oh, and Moreira tried to fight back on the exit from there. Knows, actually, I think, that Baltas is that little bit quicker than him, and so he's got to do it in a duel, and he took it back to Baltas there. He is a hard charger, is Moreira, but fair play to Baltas for getting through. Gonzalez did a 35.2 on that last lap. Baltas did a 35.3, pace up him by 3/10 or so. Jake Dixon just lost a little bit of touch, but still improved his lap time on that last one.
Yeah, he's got to come back at them here, I do believe. Obviously, the trading of places between Baltas and Moreira gives Jake a little bit of grab back onto the slipstream of these two. But yeah, it was interesting there. You could see Moreira thought about responding immediately, but it was going to be contact with Baltas, and Baltas is a big unit. He's going to come out best whenever it's shoulder to shoulder through the chicane there at Dunlop.
And Gonzalez will love what that's done to the gap back to second place. That little battling between the Belgian and the Brazilian has given him a bit of breathing room. Now there you are, and it's come up on his dashboard straight away. All of a sudden the gap to 0.7. This is the moment to go from Gonzalez. I really am looking forward to seeing what his lap time here. He's being told that Baltas has a similar pace to you, but has Gonzalez got a bit more in the tank? You feel like what we've seen throughout the weekend. He does. Another 35.2, but it is matched by Baltas in second.
Yeah, he's took 2/10 out from the first intermediate split, and you can see from the overhead shot where he's attacking. He's gaining it all in the brakes. Once again down into turn 3, attacking. Barry's a believer right now, and he's looking so good, cutting the curve there, up over the crest as you under the Dunlop Bridge, and he's almost back in touch with Gonzalez already.
Salac is having to ride hard to keep Aaron Canet at bay. Similar lap times between 4th, 5th and 6th. Moreira the slowest of the front group. all the way back to Alonso Lopez, 3 seconds covering the top 8. And then a gap back to Celestino Vietti and Yvonne Ortola, who's having a great ride, the rookie.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend for Ortola. He's made the step in Moto 2 and on track together with his teammate Sergio Garcia, who I'm happy to say is a lot closer to the pace this weekend. Still not on race-winning form as he was here 1 year ago, but much more like it from the young Spanish rider. He's been through the mill of late.
So there is Salac on the 12, 44 is Aaron Canet behind as they come through the Shimano S's. And up towards the Raccordo.
Baltas has so much confidence in his front end. On the direction change, he just flicks it from right to left through the blue S, and then likewise as he approaches Ricordamont, he throws it on the side, brakes hard and aggressive. Senna just looks like he's gone straight on through the chicane, so he will have to serve a long lap penalty. He hasn't penalised himself enough by making that slight error and going straight on.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times over the years. Do you remember Fabio Di Gianantonio losing a race win because of it when he was battling Alberto Arenas? He won the race, but was penalised after the race. And if you do, and it's easy, you can be, I remember someone being, I think it was Cornfire was being helped into the shortcut there, but you just, they do take that into account. If someone pushes you out there, you happen to gain an advantage in that situation. You have to lose time if it's all of your own accord, and they clearly feel that that wasn't the case for Senna, who, his season is up and down. Aaron Canet's through on Salac, but for Senna just further back, we saw him at Thailand, dropped off a bit, come back at Jerez. Just got to find that consistency, maybe that base setting.
Yeah, I spoke to his dad last night, and I thought he was out of sorts in qualifying. He said, no, it's not quite working here this weekend, just missing a little bit of something. But yeah, we've seen some stellar performances from Senna, 2 podiums already, but it is the Argentina, America, Qatar that hurts his scorecard, and likewise again this weekend he's going to struggle to get points now, down in 17th with a long lap penalty to boot.
Gets it towards the halfway stage of this race, and Barry Baltas is coming back at Gonzalez. This could open the race right up. I thought Gonzalez would be gone for dust. I thought there'd be no chance of anyone getting to him. We're on to the halfway point, and we just had a new fastest lap of the race, first from Gonzalez, but a 34.9 from Barry Baltas.
I love this onboard shot. You can see what he gains on the brakes there. The problem is, right now Barry's all attack mode just to hang on, and Gonzalez looks like he's out on a Sunday afternoon cruise. So poised in the braking zones, it looks absolutely effortless. I got to see some of, a little twitch in the middle of La Chapelle, so it just goes to show he's pushing on. It's not that much of a cruise for Gonzalez, but it just looks so fluid.
Having to work hard, isn't he, to keep Baltas at bay. This is great to see from the Belgian, and it is like a home race for him between here and Assen. This is a big one. French-speaking Barry Baltas want to perform in front of this French crowd. There's Jake Dixon in 4th place, just losing a little bit of touch with Moreira, but similar lap times between the pair of them. It's Canet that's the quickest of that trio.
Yeah, I was watching some of the ghosting analysis last night on these Moto 2 contenders, and Manu, we think he's really strong in the braking zones, but it's that first touch off the turn. He gets it turned a bit better than everyone and upright sooner, and he just punches off every turn. It looks so good.
A bit Danny Pedrosa style, isn't it? He's got that kind of, I hate to call it 250 style, but it's that smooth, isn't it? Just the way that he does it. He looks all at one with that bike. Meanwhile, Barry Baltas behind.
He's all attack mode. Loose on the brakes as late as he can go. But he hasn't missed many apexes so far.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of, physical energy to ride in that manner. You can see he's just attacking this race. There's a move for Canet.
Yeah, up towards the chicane on Jake Dixon. Has been coming, has been looking strong, and through Canet goes. Jake Dixon, still the top Boscoscaro bike in this race, but drops back into 5th.
Canet deep there, but getting it back for a second apex up the hill. This is good for Aaron Canet, championship-wise. Virtually, he's 19 points down on Gonzalez at the moment, but I think he's got his sights set on a podium here. Moreira seems to be losing a little bit of pace. Still lapping 35.5, but the leaders are 35.2 at the moment. That's a relentless pace out front.
Baltas just looks so good down there into Garage Vert as well. He's able to put the bike where he wants on the brakes at the front. Gonzalez, 2.3 the gap between them, 0.2, 0.3, just keeps oscillating between those two. Someone's gone down, perhaps that Garage Vert. I can't really see on our timing screens who it may have been. Jorge Navarro, I was about to say, and it is Navarro. So for the Clint Forward team, Navarro crashes out at the double apex right.
He's been having a good weekend, Jorge Navarro. Just frustratingly pushing the front too hard downhill, off camber, and that is his day done.
We've seen that so many times here. As they go up the front straight towards the chicane, again, Baltas eating up the ground to Gonzalez. It was almost a lap off for Gonzalez, back to the mid-35s. Same for Baltas. It's almost as if he says, right, okay, I've got company here, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of tyre later on in the race. We will see as it develops. Now, Aaron Canet starting to pressurise Diogo Moreira, who's so frustrated to miss out on the podium back in Jerez. Canet tries to turn in. Moreira drops it over him and carries good corner speed.
I don't think Canet enjoys Le Mans so much. I don't know if you've seen it earlier in the week. He wrote himself a love letter to Le Mans on Instagram. I don't even know if I can read it out on air, but it was one of those positive mindset where he was putting his emotions out there to try and convince himself he loved Le Mans. But yeah, I think he was trying hard on that one. But he's doing a good race now. He's coming forward.
He's a character, isn't he, Aaron? Great to have in Moto 2. He feels he should be in MotoGP. Has that ship sailed? Not if he keeps this title charge going, I'm sure. Still, oh, here he comes on the second part of the Blue S's. Now lighter fire underneath Diogo Moreira here. And Dixon also will like the look of this, because he knows later on in the race, Dixon, he should have pace. He's worked really hard on late race, as Jake. But Canet now into the podium positions.
Yeah, also important for Canet championship wise. You see, virtually that brings it down to 16 points behind Manu Gonzalez, and yeah, it is critical. Likewise for Jake Dixon. Oh, Moreira straight back through into the Dunlop S.
Yeah, and Canet, oh, Canet has a huge moment as he applied the throttle. Having been passed by Moreira, was just slightly a little bit wider and on the lean, and when he opened the throttle, the rear almost let go on him.
Over a little bit too much inside curb. Yeah.
Does well to save it, but that drops him back into 5th place. A tasty battle going on for 3rd, and still at the front, Gonzalez can't break Baltas. They have settled into a rhythm now after those two trading of fast laps, and it's 35.4s for the pair of them. Again, Baltas is tagging along for the ride here.
Yeah, we didn't see it coming, but it looked like Manu was the only person on paper that had this type of pace. But yeah, you could see Baltas, the fire in those early laps, the way he levered aside Albert Arenas, the overtakes he was making into Recordamon. He's so good on the brakes around here, and yeah, he's just clinging on at the moment. I think Gonzalez is taking a bit of a breather for a lap or two, just giving away a couple of tenths of a second, so he's saving something in this super soft rear tyre for the last lap battle.
Out of the final corner, on to lap 15 of 22. Including this one remaining in the race, as Diogo Moreira was really, you could see it coming, couldn't you? He was lining up the move. Here comes Canet as a late one. He's surely going to run a little bit deep there. And Dixon, does he? Oh, Dixon had that similar moment, didn't he, to Canet coming out, just couldn't quite get the drive to repass Canet on exit.
Aaron, he came from a long way back. It was a carbon copy of the previous pass on Jake, although he done most of the pass through the approach on turn 1 and 2, but here he's confident on the brakes into turn 3, which is a difficult one. It's downhill, slightly off camber, slightly chatter-inducing the corner there, but he trailed the front brake in there and got it stopped.
Well, they'll have the run here, will Dixon, on Canet, as he applied the gas out of Museum, a slipping and sliding for Canet, but he manages to hold firm in Garage Vert. Still, Salach and Arenas, actually, are sticking with this battle for 3rd. five-way battle at the front. Still, Gonzalez from Baltas by 0.2 as Albert Arenas right on cue. Attacks Salac into Shimano Burt.
This is good from Albert, a little twitch off the turn when you change direction there, and it does G out a little pump for him, but yeah, done well to make the overtake cleanly on Salac.
A reminder that the two Boscoscuro bikes, the Mark VDS, are the top Boscoscuros in this race. The next one is Vietti and Lopez, 8th and 9th on the, I'm not going to say official bikes, but of course the speed up team.
Yeah, the man that owns that squad is the man whose namesake is Boscoscuro, and likewise the chassis. But yeah, it's been a slightly down period for the last 3 races, with Calix stealing a little bit of a march.
Here we go again. Aaron Canet up to the Dunlop chicane. Now, Moreira has got good drive on this occasion, but he has a wheelie. That will force him to roll off the throttle and back where we were. Canet 3rd, Moreira 4th, still Jake Dixon watching on, but looks like at the moment just not got enough to be able to challenge. It's got tighter between the front two than it has in recent laps between Gonzalez and Baltas. 0.1 through the first sector.
Yeah, lap times remaining at the mid 35-second range, which you can see Barry, obviously it's not a high consumption racetrack in terms of tyres, and we talked about it a lot last year that maybe his style was a little bit too much for these Pirelli tyres, but last time out in Jerez it stayed with him all the way to the end.
What do we see there though? Exactly what you were saying earlier in this race, Michael, that Manuel Gonzalez on exit from Garage Vert, he just pulled a huge gap on Baltas. Albert Arenas is now through on Jake Dixon. He's fancying this one. Well, we've seen Albert fade a lot in races in past, but he's coming forward on this occasion.
Good to see. We have asked questions of Albert, and there is a certain expectation as a Moto3 world champion when he's going to show his ability in Moto2 as a consistent front runner. It looks like he's got his sights set on a podium today, and these last few laps have been very strong for the number 75.
Canet across the line, 6 to go including this one. He's in 3rd, Moreira just behind him. Albert Arenas loves a lunge himself. It's going to be tasty, this. And then Dixon and Salac, just toothless is probably the wrong word, but just not able to attack. They've got the pace to run, and you think one lap pace they'd be there, just not able to make any moves.
So we're at the point now where if weather does interrupt it, this will be called a race. So we know it's a dry race and there's no flag to flag rules here. If it does start to spot rain, it will be called. So it's also important in these last few laps for track position. You can't afford to sit back. You need to be thinking about those points.
Yeah, it's 2/3 race distance in Moto2 and Moto3, 3/4 in a MotoGP race. Of course, that would be for a red flag in case it was a bike on track, that sort of thing. But if it were to rain here, 2/3 distance was 14 laps, and we are now on lap 17, 5.5 to go. And Gonzalez at the front, the gap was 0.5 through that 3rd split. I wonder if finally Gonzalez has broken Baltas. He's saved enough in hand. It'd be interesting to see his lap time on this one. It was a 35.7 on that last lap. It'll be interesting to see what Gonzalez does. He's already in the final corner, Gonzalez. As you can just see at the bottom of your screen, they come through shot as Canet leads through this quartet. Across the line, 35.5, so he has turned up the wick again, Gonzalez, but only by a couple of tenths. It's anything Baltas can do.
Yeah, I think Baltas is still the fastest of the rest with the 35.7. The others 35.8 from Herrera, 36.0 for Canet. It does seem like at this point in the race, just Manu may well eke out a comfortable margin. I say that, and he's brought Barry Baltas has brought it down a tenth in sector 1.
That is his strong sector, isn't it? But then it feels like in the second half of the track, Gonzalez can open up. The question here is, who's got the tyre left? Has anyone kept anything underneath them? As Jake Dixon looks a little bit stronger, doesn't he, than he has done in the last couple of laps? Just wonder if he might have a say in the outcome of the silverware here.
Yeah, Jake never gives in, and we always know he's typically one of the smoother riders in terms of his tyre consumption. Always has something to fight with at the end, so he'll be pushing on to regain the place here on Arenas.
Celestino Vietti has got back in front of Lopez. A really good battle going on between Lopez and Ortola for 8th place, but this is the 3rd place rider Aaron Canet with Diogo Moreira behind him. Albert Arenas in the mix on the 75 on the Grassini bike. And then behind, Jake Dixon and Philip Salac, 2 Mark VDS boys. We go to the raccordement. Manuel Gonzalez has just crossed the finish line now. 5 seconds up the road from this battle. The gap came down on that last lap. Baltus responded.
Yeah, less than a tenth though. It's difficult at this stage with Manu just so consistent at the front, but Barry's not giving up. You can see in the small screen up in the top left of your picture, he's attacking in this sector 1 to try and get back in touch with the Spanish rider.
All this group, 35.9s, all of them, apart from Salac, are 35.8 at the back. I don't feel it's going to end like this. Yeah. With these 5 in line, there's going to be some moves, aren't there? Diogo Moreira showed he got the bit between his teeth, didn't he, in Jerez? He didn't want to let go in front of Senere, just scrapped really hard. He's already done it in this race. You feel like the Brazilian's got a move in him. He's got a lunge in him.
Yeah, he's missing out on the podium last time in Jerez. He does not want to finish 4th again this weekend. He put everything on the line over these last 3.5 laps to find a way through well, finding a way through on Canet's one thing, but then you've got to protect, because you've got Arenas, Dixon, Salac all waiting in the wings. If you make a mistake, say you try to move into the Shimano booth, go straight on, that's your day done. So yeah, you have to be precise around Le Mans.
Through the blue S's, Philip Salac, has he got a bit of pace here? Having a think about going through Isan Guevara back into the pits. So a really tough day at the office for the Pramac Blue Crew team. Arbolino, former winner here, has crashed out. And so has, well, retired, should I say, for Isan Guevara. Disappointing day at the office for them. Just 3 laps remaining. Into the chicane once more. Still no moves, still no movement. Canet hanging on, looking to take his 3rd podium of the year. Moreira behind, all deep, aren't they, down into La Chapelle. He's had 2 4th places this year as Moreira. He doesn't want to add another one to the mix.
No, he is keen to stand in the box, and yeah, he's got to figure out a way with Canet looking so strong, especially in sector 1 on the brakes, but Moreira's a bit of a demon himself.
Albert Arenas in that group has had the track limits warning. That's the warning triangle on the left-hand side. This is where Gonzalez, the way he exits Garage Vert, just stretches it. And on that last lap, Gonzalez hit a 35.5, Baltus a 35.8. I think that might be that for Gonzalez. Baltus trying everything he can to keep him honest. Right, has Moreira got anything here? Has Dixon got anything for Arenas? Will be desperate to get one over his former teammate.
Canet just looks a little neater at the moment, not using as much of the track. Maybe he's had to work hard. Oh, a little twitch there at the exit of Recordamon, but yeah, it's not easy for finding a way through here with Moreira on Canet.
That's where a lot of the moves have been, carrying that little bit extra pace. Oh, a little twitch from Canet up towards the chicane. Moreira eats the ground up once more. At the front, the gap 0.8 of a second between Gonzalez and Baltus, and this is your 4-way scrap for 3rd. Jake Dixon, the fastest of this group on that previous lap with a 35.854. 35.9s for Canet and Moreira.
Jake's just sizing up a move here. The problem is you go down the inside and you don't have much room for error with a rider directly in front. He's looking at it in the Garage Vert this time around.
Yeah, and I'm sure here he comes from a long, long way back, but how does he get that stopped?
Very nicely done. On the rear brake, obviously, to pull it back to the apex. Didn't actually cost himself much on exit. And he's now in contention with... there's not a lot of distance between him and Moreira here.
Now, that was a good move from Dixon. I thought he looked like it was coming from downtown Le Mans, didn't it? But he got it stopped into Garage Vert. The amount of times you see someone try that and then run up high onto the curbs, but he somehow got it stopped. Right, so there is life in this group. The gap at the front, 1.1. So who is going to pick up the bronze medal in this race behind Gonzalez, and Barry Baltus again looking for a back-to-back second places. Canet from Moreira. We're on to the last lap of the French Grand Prix. Manuel Gonzalez looking for a third win of the season. Barry Baltus a second podium, but who's going to join them on that podium?
Moreira just a bit too far back. This was opportunity number one. Not close enough this time around, but now it's going to be Garage Vert or Shimano Buff, I do believe.
Yeah, Jake Dixon on that lap, having made a move, a 35.7, so he has got some tyre left there. The problem is he's got to get through two people to get onto the podium, and Canet's rear tyre lighting up out of La Chapelle and over the crest. Dixon thought about it into museum, but I have to say Moreira is strong in that corner.
Jake setting it up like he did last time around, but Moreira with a better exit than Arenas had on the previous.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way through for Dixon on this occasion. Has to think about another place. You feel like he's going to have to rely on Moreira himself making moves on Canet, but I'm not sure Moreira can get close enough, although a wheelie from Canet out of Garage Vert. Is the Brazilian going to have a look at it? Canet just blocking off any moves to his inside.
Can't. Oh, he's looking at it here. Well, that was so close to the rear wheel. Is he going for it? Not this time.
And that was Canet just being defensive, wasn't it? Parking the bike in the middle. Jake Dixon having a think about a way through on Moreira. Doesn't look like it's going to be. Manuel Gonzalez is already coming through the final corner, and he is going to take victory. Third win of the season for Manuel Gonzalez, with spots of rain starting to fall here in Le Mans. Baltus is second, brilliant from the Belgian. His teammate comes home for a double podium for Fantic Racing. Diogo Moreira takes another fourth place finish. Jake Dixon is fifth across the line. Our lucky MotoGP fan gets to wave the flag. Albert Arenas is sixth. Salach in seventh in the end. Celestino Vietti came to the fore in the latter stages for eighth, with Ortola and Lopez rounding out the top 10. David Alonso into the points in 11th with Joe Roberts. Sergio Garcia, last year's winner, losing out to Roberts on that last lap. Aegis and Marcus Ramirez rounding out the point scoring positions ahead of Olgado and Onchu.
So it wasn't the last lap we expected there on the final podium battle, but fair play to Aran Canet. He kept everything in check and left no opportunity for Moreira today.
In the cool conditions in Le Mans, Manuel Gonzalez has kept his cool. He wins for the third time this year and does it in some style. Had to battle for it with Barry Baltus and Moreira, but Gonzalez, third victory of the season, and extends his championship lead.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura. In the Giro d'Italia, taking the scenic route has a whole other meaning.
Finally, the world's most beautiful race. Cue the goosebumps. One more breathless finish. So messy at the end of the Giro d'Italia. He can't do it, can he? Enjoy it, savor it, remember it. The stage is set. It's time for the gladiators to go.
Join us for the first Grand Tour of the season in beautiful, brutal Italy.
Hair loss? Imagine having a choice of just one food, or one type of clothing, or one treatment for hair loss. Fortunately for you, that's not the case for hair loss, because Advanced Hair Clinic is one of the largest and most successful clinics in the UK.
No other
difficulties, new rules clarified, everyone made the warm-up lap, so the other ones are out. There we go, around the outside for Marco Bezzecchi, making it lively, down towards Garage Vert, but we are at that tipping point right here, right now. They've gone with slick front and rear tyres. We've got an all-time record for MotoGP over the racing weekend, over 120,000 today, 311,000 over the weekend. Oh, this is already looking chaotic. Marc Marquez having a look around to see what's what. Is anyone going to take the risk of diving into the pits to start on wet tyres? The white flag there, you can see it being waved, Neil.
Hervé Poncharal described it perfect. Hero or zero, no one knows. Genuinely, if you come in now and you go on the wet bike and it pours down, you've got such an advantage. You're probably going to win. But it might stop raining. It's hard to tell someone's down. No, they've red flagged it, are they? Are they going to red flag it?
No, the white flag, he was getting out the red flag there, wasn't he, the marshal? Have we got people tipping down pit lane? We have! Marc Marquez is one of them. In fact, most of them are coming down. Does anyone gamble and stay out and do a Brad Binder and start the race? More than 10 riders.
Why wouldn't you? Stay out!
Well,
stay out, take
it doesn't matter. More than 10 now. It's done. We'll have sure we'll have a quick start procedure, won't we? Because you can't have more than 10 riders starting the race from pit lane. There will be a quick restart procedure. They've all decided it's going to be a quick restart, so it doesn't really matter any of this now, surely, as they go out there. Because there's more than 10 riders, it will be red flags. Here we go, red flag, there we are. Excessive number of riders at pit lane, so we'll have a quick start now. They can just take a moment to think about it. There's Graham Webber, he's race director for Moto 2 and Moto 3, and he's actually on the flags now. Right. That made it easier.
Yes,
that was a bit like Marc Marquez running off the grid in Kota, but everyone decided to come down pit lane.
And it's the right decision. It's made it safer for everybody. It's okay, you go, well, yeah, but what a spectacle we would have had. You don't want to tip into turn one with slicks on. It's 200 miles an hour on a wet track. Yeah.
So Maverick Vinales, just like in Kota, he's going to have his bike pushed back down pit lane, and we're going to have a quick race restart. They will drop the race distance by a single lap, and we'll have a quick start procedure at 14:08. That is in 5 minutes time. The pit lane will open for 1 minute. The riders allow one mechanic on the grid.
Watch this, watch his front wheel lock. Get ready.
Oh, wow. Good spot now.
And essentially what he's doing there, he's trying to generate some heat in his disc. He's smiling. Yeah. Talk about get your attention. There, oh, that's horrible.
Ooh, that's a jolt of adrenaline in the veins of Fabio Quartararo, and a wry smile to boot. Right, what does this do now in this situation? How does this change the game we've got ahead of us? Is it still a foregone conclusion that Marc Marquez is going to win it?
No, not at all. Not in these tricky conditions. Of course, we know Marc's good in changeable conditions, but it throws in a lottery element. Of course, it depends what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes regarding the weather. If it rains a lot, we're going to have a wet race. They'll start on wet tyres.
Because they're going to gamble.
I was just about to say, it's been like this for the last half an hour. I've been in this commentary box in and out for half an hour, and it's been drizzling, but it's been evaporating on the ground. So it has been borderline being wet enough for wets.
How ironic that after the chaos in Kota, that when we come here, they bring out these new rules, and they've been used straight away in the first race. I'm not surprised. 11 out of the previous 23 Grand Prix at Le Mans since we came back here in the year 2000 have had some form of rain at some point. So that makes it 50% chance. I expect the stats for the British Grand Prix aren't too dissimilar.
Aren't that good anyway. No,
or the Dutch TT as well. So there we see a reduction in the laps, was 27 down to 26. And the pit lane will open for 1 minute in 3 minutes time.
But nothing's sort of changed, if you know what I mean. It's not like, well, look, it's wet. It's not. It's still slicks. In fact, I'm going to have a look now. I need to have a look.
Okay.
1 sec.
I'll let you go and do that. You put your mic down, yeah? Right, Alex Marquez, is he keeping his cool down in the Gresini Racing garage after another second place behind his brother yesterday? Broke his winning duck, of course, at the Spanish Grand Prix. Neil's outside having a powwow with Sylvain Guintoli, who's got experience himself. He led a French Grand Prix at home in yellow Tech 3 colours. If you remember the Dunlop sponsored machine that they had that year. He led, Radny de Punier led that year as well. Right, Neil.
It's guesswork. Honestly, I've just been stuck there with Sylvain.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, no, I've been stuck there with Sylvain, and Sylvain's saying, literally, I think you've got to start on wets, because one, you're going to risk falling off with slicks, and two, you're going to be going that slow, you're going to lose a load of time because you can't risk going any faster. But trust me, it's still not wet, but it's gone greasy underfoot. Yeah, it's a gamble.
If we have a look down here, Frankie Morbidelli, he's just down in his garage, and he was strong this morning in the warm-up. He was third quickest. Schwabmeier was the fastest in the wet weather. Ask Sylvain to just jump on the microphone quickly.
Yeah, he's got a bit more experience than anyone.
He was here 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, in the Le Mans 24-hour race, leading the 24-hour race in similar conditions, Sylvain. So go on, what would you do?
Well, this is really, really tricky conditions. I mean, the thing is, in Le Mans here, it's a very low abrasion track. So as soon as you get a little bit of water, a little bit of standing water, as in like the tarmac gets a little bit wet, you're not going to get the grip at all with the slicks. And you're going to lose a lot of time. You're going to take massive risks as well to try and even keep heat into the tires. So even if it's just a tiny little bit wet, you will gain a lot, you'll be a lot safer, and you'll gain a lot of time by putting the wets and then doing a flag to flag and swapping bikes when the track is actually dry.
In a 50-rider, effectively, field of 24 hours, 200 crashes, so an average of 4 per bike that was out there, and you said you could crash with the bike upright.
Yeah, it was absolute carnage, you know, doing that race. Just very, very low grip, and, you know, out of last turn, as we've seen, you know, in the Red Bull rookies, and as we see every time it's wet, he's grinning, Jack. He's loving it, he's loving it.
How fun is that?
Yeah, so very, very tricky. Last corner, very tricky in the wet or when it's a little bit damp. And yeah, for the riders, you know, they've got to go with the. I think they're coming out with the wets, aren't they? Yeah, Pecco is going to go on the grid with the wets, it looks like. So this will be a quick start procedure. So the end of the pit lane is going to be open for about 30 seconds, I think. So they have to get out really quickly.
1 minute.
Is it
one
a minute?
mechanic on the grid. Does anyone gamble it?
It's wet. You
can't change on the grid as well, can you?
No.
These are the tyres they start the race
you
with.
You do another warm-up lap afterwards, and Marc Marquez can't take the risk. In the championship position, you can't. It would only be someone further down the order that really would realistically do it. Right, they're heading out onto their sighting lap. Another question, while you're just in for a moment, Sylvain, what are you mentioned the last corner, where are the other difficult parts to find grip around here in these kinds of conditions?
Turn three, because it's hard in the dry and in the wet to generate the temperature onto the left side of the tire in turn 3. So when you change direction from right to left and you go into the Dunlop chicane into turn 3, it's very easy to crash as well, and that's a crash hotspot as well.
What's it like to lead a French Grand Prix as a Frenchman?
Well, I was going to say, this is very similar conditions as in 2007, and at the time you just saw those. I remember seeing those drops of rain as an opportunity. You're French, you can't win your Grand Prix in normal conditions. When this happens, you know, you can take the risk, take the gamble, go for it, and yeah, have a go.
Last word from you, Sylvain. Have you got a Johann Zarco feeling?
I do, actually. Yeah, a Johann Zarco feeling. He's very, very strong in the wet, Johann Zarco. He's also very strong with a drying track. We know he can manage the temperature in his rear tire really well, and he's done great performances in those conditions before. So, yeah, Johann Zarco, I mean, obviously, my heart would love a French hero today, and I think we've heard a lot of, I love the Spanish national anthem, but I would like to hear the French one again.
Well, there was an impromptu one when Fabio Quartararo took pole position yesterday, and who knows, Neil, thanks to Sylvain for that insight. Invaluable, of course. He was here, racing here, just a few weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, for the Le Mans 24-hour race, and that's so cool to hear from you as we get them out on their final sighting lap here, Neil. Foot down from Marc Marquez. He's thinking about it, isn't he?
Well, he's
usually good at the choosing the moment.
So and this could be the moment to come in now.
What happens now if 10 more riders come down pit lane?
Look, Mark's waiting. Everyone's waiting because
it's dry. Sylvain's come in and said it's dry now.
So that's going to be slicks.
Is anyone? If 10 riders come down,
yeah, they're all going to come down.
They'll have another restart.
Yeah,
they're doing it again. Surely not. Yeah, into pit lane now. Are 10 riders going to do it? I can't believe what we're seeing here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
If you see Marc Marquez do it,
8, 9, 10.
Yeah, so we'll have another quick restart, won't we? But can they can't start the race from pit lane. The rules are now you can't have more than 10 riders starting a race from pit lane. That was the new rule, so surely another red flag. Or do they go and rejoin up on the grid? Oh yeah, they'll just rejoin it from the original positions. Okay, this is it. This is the new rules in action right here then. Because this is a pre-warm-up lap. Of course, there's another warm-up lap to come now. And so, these riders will join up in their original grid positions and have 2 long lap penalties. I can't believe that we've got these rules in action already. My mistake before. There's riders on the grid on slicks. Is someone making a note of who's on wet tyres here and who's on slicks? There's just too many of them.
One thing to add as well, speaking to Sylvain with his radar, he said that there is definitely, in about 20 minutes' time, a heavy pack of rain.
I've seen it. I've looked at the same weather radar too. Crucially, championship leader Marc Marquez has come in for slick tyres. Pecco Bagnaia has stayed out on wet tyres. That's the headline for me. I think Fabio Quartararo, Jack Miller's on the wet tyres there. There is a white flag with a red cross, meaning that rain is falling in that area. The other thing that we mentioned when we were down at turn 1, Neil, it could be raining at Garage Vert and not at Recordema, and vice versa.
Another thing worth mentioning, I say this a lot, the curbs will be like sheet ice right now. They'll hold the rain. It doesn't evaporate off the paint as quickly as it does off the tarmac. So very, very tricky conditions.
Oh, I talked about Fabio Quartararo's adrenaline with the front lock on that first warm-up lap. I feel pretty much the same. I don't feel sick. I don't think so.
Because it's such tricky conditions.
There we are, confirmation from Mike Webb. Thank you for just getting that right in the eventuality of people coming in, starting the warm-up lap from pit lane. So Marc Marquez will be on slick tyres for the start of the race. It's windy out there, that's the other thing, so it's going to be cool. They're soft fronts and rears on the slick tyres that the riders are using.
I've just gone outside to double check. It's stopping, but there is still a little bit in the air.
And at certain corners, we've seen the white flag with the red cross. We've seen it from the helicopter overhead. This is going to be a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen. It was box office on Saturday, and now we go again, but this time it's Grand Prix Glory up for stake. Home hero on pole, Fabio Quartararo. My understanding is he's on the wet tyres. I'm not certain on that. Marc Marquez, of course, alongside, we know he's definitely on the slick tyres. The threat of rain, more rain hanging heavy. He has gone for the slick tyres, my apologies. So he and Marquez alongside each other. Flag-to-flag rules in effect. Double long lap penalty for Marquez and Quartararo already. The air electric, but it's heavy with the threat of rain. We've got 26 laps ahead of us. Who knows what's going to happen? We're racing though as the lights go out. We are on the way and up towards turn 1. They've got the ride-out devices as well. That's another thing to bear in mind. Firmino Aldeguer takes to the inside line of his teammate. Marc Marquez has taken over from Quartararo. Quartararo on the inside line. Oh, that was tight there, wasn't it, between the KTM and Jack Miller?
Yeah, Binder nearly ran off the track. Oh, there's a riders down at the back.
Yeah, and the bike.
I think it's Pecco. Is Pecco down?
It is Pecco Bagnaia at the chicane again on his wet tyres, and he's with one of the, I think it might have been Marini, was it?
Yeah, either Marini or Mir, I'm not too sure.
It was Joan Mir. It was Joan Mir and Enea Bastianini who's with them as well. Enea was trying to hang on to the bike.
All
Alex
teammates!
Wow! Firmino Aldeguer over the top of Alex Marquez. Right. Quartararo leads the way from Marc Marquez in second place, Alex Marquez in third. The three of them will have double long lap penalties to take because they came in and changed. Firmino Aldeguer also changed tyres onto slicks.
Yeah, at this point, definitely slicks are the tyre to be on, but if it starts raining, this track is just going to go change to an ice ring. Can't believe Bagnaia's gone down.
That's why Bagnaia has to get up and go, if he can.
Yeah.
Mir trudges away because he's not out of it. Bagnaia has remounted, 14 seconds behind Bastianini, who's 15 seconds behind Nakagami. So he's about 35 seconds off the leaders, but it could change in an instant. The bike doesn't look too badly damaged. If it starts raining, Bagnaia is not in the worst position here.
Listen to this crowd. I mean, it's just that like a dream for them. Over 100,000 people in today, and their man's leading.
So it's Quartararo across the line from Marc Marquez, just as we saw yesterday. Then third for Alex Marquez. Firmino Aldeguer is fourth. Pedro Costa up to fifth. Maverick Vinales sixth. Binder seventh. It's like the sprint at the moment. Already people coming in to change. Double long lap penalties you can see for all those riders going across the top of your screens for leaving the grid. The new rules that were brought into place this weekend. Marini, Bezzecchi and Rins have come in and they've had to change onto slick tyres.
And it just goes to show it's a long pit lane as well. You have to have the pit lane limiter all the way up to turn 3, essentially.
If you're Pecco Bagnaia now, down there, 35 seconds behind or whatever you might be, right?
You might as well stay out on wets.
You might as well stay out on wets.
Stay out on wets and just hope in the next 2 laps it rains, and then you can gain that time back.
We'll just have to see what happens here. Fabio Quartararo is like a scolded cat, isn't he, out the front? He is. Oh no, Bagnaia straight back down. You know, we talked last year, do you remember Jorge Martin? Do you remember in Misano? And they had that moment, we thought that could have been the title there when he made the decision. I don't know whether that's the right decision, because if it rains now, he's going to lose out, because he's going to have to change the tyres. But anyway.
Here comes Alex.
On his brother.
Tell you what, we haven't seen that many times this year.
No. Have we? No, not at all.
Let him pass once in Thailand. Have we seen Alex actually pass Mark?
Well, is he going to come straight back at him, or is Mark going to use his brother as a gauge here? I'm sure he'll know that Bagnaia is out. Oh, still going over the curve,
yeah,
Alex
touching the white line there. I'm surprised at that. 24 laps to go.
Up the home straight we go.
34s, they're going faster than I thought they would be, to be honest.
And that's the pace that Fabio Quartararo is setting out front. The double long lap penalties are starting to come in now. Quartararo and co can't take that penalty until it comes up on their dashboard, just so you know.
Oh, so they're going to do it in stages, are they?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. They've only put... Oh, now Quartararo's got his. So Quartararo now, he knows he can take his, but you can't come in. You know you're getting the penalty, but you can't take it until it's come up on your dash. And it hasn't yet just come up for Agura, but it hasn't come up for Marc Marquez yet. That's another thing in this race. You've got 3 laps to do it once it comes up. And so that's another
challenge.
Yeah, choice. Here we go. Quartararo's going already with one of them. So he's giving up the lead in the race. I'm going to have to get my calculator out. Did you bring your abacus, Nick? No. Because he has done one of his long laps. And he now stays ahead of Maverick Viñales. Oh, Viñales forcing Quartararo high up there. Now Aldeguer and Marc Marquez have had their long laps come up on their dashboards. All the riders with the yellow warning light on the left-hand side of the screen have to take double long lap penalties. On the ones with the arrows down the bottom, they have changed from wet tyres to slicks. What a remarkable start to this race that we have had. I can't even, I want to recap it already of what we've seen, but there's still a long, long way to go in.
And the reality is half the fit, well, it wasn't quite. Like I said, just over half chose that made the right decision, the others didn't.
Like Pecco Bagnaia ahead of them on the racetrack as well. Here comes Quartararo on Binder.
That's brave. Listen to the crowd.
The problem he's got is trying to stay ahead of a KTM as well, isn't it? We saw how powerful those KTMs were when we were back at Qatar. Yeah, that's Bagnaia. He is just cruising around at the moment. And he's about to be laps. Marc Marquez, that will be welcome for him. But Bagnaia, I have to say, it felt like the wrong decision to come in straight away. It may well be in the long run the right decision. Marc Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer touch. Now,
what were we saying this morning in the car? They got on really well. They're good friends. They do a bit of training together.
Marc Marquez thought about going down the long lap loop. Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer have done it close to the white line. That one was for Maverick Viñales. Really close. We're still not quite sure who's leading on track. Fabio Quartararo has taken one of his 2.
Yeah, I'd say Fabio's leading on track. Not on track, but in time, because Fabio's only taken one.
He is looking superb here. There has not been a French winner of the French Grand Prix in France since, here we go, I thought in the blue S's, since Pierre Monneray in 1954 at Reims.
Think about Fabio now. Obviously, he's at home. He's just going to throw everything at it. He's nowhere really in the championship. The man leading now...
Oh, he's down! Fabio has gone, and
it's raining, it's pouring.
And that's it, it's a white line. Or we talked about that corner being the one to catch you out. You can do it even when you're upright. Oh, disaster for the French hero. He has crashed out, challenging Marc Marquez. Someone else, that Binder.
Yeah, that...
behind him. Is it a white line? No.
It's
Marquez had a moment.
It's exactly where Sylvain said this track is sheet ice. It's where the Le Mans 24-hour car track sort of joins the racetrack, and that's where that's where the cars sort of grind out and a little bit of alley goes down on the tarmac and it makes it like ice.
And it's inside the white line, actually, so you don't even have to touch the white line. It's just there, isn't it? Just about a couple of inches inside that white line. Disaster for Quartararo. He will try and remount, but that is his race run.
Yeah, he's going to come down and do his first penalty.
He's sort of 50p'ing it round as well, and it started to rain again. This is where, when we were talking about the possibility, it's raining, I can see. Sylvain's opened the door again, it's raining again, and this is where we'd have hoped if Bagnaia had stayed out on the wet tyres, he would be now in a prime position. He'd have lost time, I suppose, over the last couple.
Yeah. Miller's still out there with rain tyres on. He's in 12th place.
And he's only 20 seconds behind. Oh, Fabio Quartararo furious at the marshals. He wants to get going.
Right, get ready. We are getting towards that slippy last corner. We're coming up to it now. This is the penultimate corner. Oh,
wait a second. Jack Miller is the top.
Hey, we're going to changing.
Coming in to change, Acosta and Viñales coming down pit lane to change onto the wet tyres. Jack Miller, all of a sudden, could well be leading this race, because he is the rider of the fastest who is out there on wet tyres, and he's 9 seconds clear of Johann Zarco, who's also on the wet tyres. And Miller actually has a medium rear, Zarco a soft rear. The brothers get close to each other in the chicane.
Look how slow they're going. They're having to do that.
I'm wondering, Mark, now, does he sacrifice taking the double long lap now? Get it out the way while you're going slow, while you...
Yes, you know, and actually you want your brother past you. You want to follow him. When you're leading, when you've got slick tyres on, you're the first to come across the part of track that it might have rained a bit heavier.
Who else has stayed out there then, now behind them? Yeah, it looks like Aldeguer has stayed out. Now Morbidelli is up to 4th. Fernandez, Raul up to 5th. Savadori's in 6th, but he's on slicks. And Jack Miller now in 9th.
I can't believe we're not having more crashes with these slick tyres on. Sylvain's just saying...
Alex Marquez has completely missed Garage Bear. He's missed the long lap loop, and Ea Bastianini's crashed. Marc Marquez has done double long laps. Firmino Aldeguer leads a Grand Prix for the first time, but Alex Marquez will have another another single long lap penalty to take. I hope you're following this at home,
yeah,
because my brain is scrambled.
21 laps to go as well, let's not forget.
Has it got really hot all of a sudden? Does it just, my heart rate is through the roof. That's Bastianini.
And is it at the last corner?
Yeah, of course it's going to be.
Watch this, watch it from behind. He's going to tuck the front. Right there, well, both wheels go. That's when you know there's no grip at all, when both wheels just slide out.
The warnings are there.
We're coming to it now.
Aldeguer stayed out. He's doing a full Brad Binder here. Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez come down pit lane. They will now be on wet tyres. And Firmino Aldeguer is going to be leading the way. Who's going to be in second here
I'm scared to watch him go into turn 1. It's raining. He's got slicks on. He's 20 years old. He's brave.
Here we go then. Marc Marquez, a really good bike swap, as you come to expect from Marc Marquez. Alex leading. So on track, Firmino Aldeguer is leading. Fabio Di Giannantonio is second. Lorenzo Savadori is in 3rd, because Frankie Morbidelli has just crashed out, maybe coming into pit lane in the final corner. Ayagura's up to 4th place. He's on slick tyres still. The top wet weather running. Where's Jack Miller gone? Across the line, no Jack Miller.
Has he crashed?
I think he must have. Johann Zarco is the rider, isn't he, who's leading on the wet tyres. I haven't seen, because Marc Marquez hasn't crossed yet. Yeah, Zarco, look on the left-hand tower. Johann Zarco is leading.
Did you see the front there? He's run off the track. You could see the front literally folding, the front slick. The problem is also you're losing tyre temperature. These tyres are going cold when you're lapping. The 12 seconds off the pace.
But Bagnaia has rejoined the race because he entered the pits again. Of course he did. He was on the slicks, so he's had to switch again. 2 bike swaps and a crash for Bagnaia. A disastrous day at the office. Quartararo's out of it. Fabio Di Giannantonio still on the slicks in second, but he's under massive pressure now from Lorenzo Savadori. But for me, the race leader is Johann Zarco in 5th. I have no idea what happened to Miller. Oh, Brad Binder's now gone.
Oh, it's going to be into turn 1, into turn 2. Oh, that's it at turn 2. Well over 100 miles an hour.
So Aldeguer's coming in. Aldeguer's coming in. Alex Rins is staying out on track. Rins is on the wet weather tyres, but he's down in 17th. So, now Di Giannantonio, Savadori coming in to change. Ogura, I'm sure, will come. That will mean when we cross the line, we actually do have a French leader in this race. Someone else has crashed. Someone else has just crashed in our headset. I've just heard it happen. I hope it's not. Johann Zarco, because here he is at the final corner.
He can't be. He's
Zarco,
not leading.
He's leading the Grand Prix. This is
by a lot,
unheard of, by a long way.
Oliveira.
Oh, what did we say about Miguel Oliveira? 1,000 to 1.
1,000 to 1 this morning.
1,000 to 1 for Miguel Oliveira this morning. He has won races like this in the past, let's not forget. Remarkable scenes here at the French Grand Prix. We have a French leader in the French Grand Prix.
No, it's not by 14 seconds. I'm getting carried away.
No, it's by 4.7 seconds, but he's 2 seconds a lap quicker than Oliveira.
We talked about this morning in the hire car. We talked about the weather. We knew it was going to rain at this point. We talked about Zarco. He's great in wet weather conditions.
Does anyone know what's happened with the double long lap penalties and all that? Zarco never actually had to take one, did he?
Oh, someone's down on
Bezzecchi. That was a Bezzecchi one. Do you know what he's done? It reminds me a bit of. Do you remember Bradley Smith in Misano that time?
Yeah.
When he just stayed out on the tyres, kept going on the slicks, and then it came back.
Proper raining now as well. There's 19 laps to go. The track's going to be completely wet.
This is remarkable. We could be about to witness history here. Keep it on 2 wheels, Johann. This crowd is going wild. They don't care that it's raining. They've got a French runner at the front. Johann Zarco, who won, of course, let's not forget, that epic race back at Phillip Island.
I can't believe Oliveira's lying second. We talked about him this morning. You looked at the odds, 1,000 to 1. You're like, yeah, no, but he's just come back. He's been injured.
I said it, didn't I? I can't.
Sylvain seems to be smiling a lot. I don't know what's going on.
But Marc Marquez is coming, though. I have to say, Marc Marquez is up to 3rd on track. The rain is pouring down now. So Marc Marquez is going to perhaps take Oliveira for 2nd. He is 3 seconds quicker than Oliveira. So he is going to go past. Alex Marquez should as well. He's also 3 seconds quicker. 1:45's. Fastest rider on track is Pedro Acosta, actually, but he's 12 seconds behind Zarco. Right, so as it stands, we've got an idea of where we are. Double long laps complete. Has Alex Marquez done his 2nd double long lap? I haven't seen it yet, if he has. We haven't been shown it. And our timing screen has got that much information. We've lost the page. We've lost who's done what. So it's all gone because of all the entering pits and rejoining.
It's a bit early for voting for your rider of the race. There's 18 laps to go and I've no idea what's going to happen.
Marc Marquez just trying to find a way through on Oliveira safely. You don't want your race to be ended because of something wild happening here. Marc is so much quicker. There we are, and he has to make it through at the garage there. Not even getting his knee down almost into there.
Sylvain said this track in these conditions is horrendous. So slippy, even when it's full wet, it's so slippy. Look at that. I mean, look at the difference there with the Ducati and the Yamaha. I mean, huge.
Right. As it stands, maybe we'll find it at the end of this lap. Johann Zarco is leading Marc Marquez in the race by 8.6 seconds. The fastest rider on track at the moment is, let me have a look, yeah, Pedro Acosta. He's closing in a little bit on Oliveira. But as you see, Alex Marquez only slightly quicker than Zarco, had a slip. Oh, he had a slip out the final corner. There we are, Chris Richardson holding the board out for Johann Zarco. We could have a French Grand Prix winner from France here today.
For the first time in 71 years.
Yeah.
71 years.
Johann Zarco has been in this position before. Has led his home Grand Prix. It didn't end well on that occasion. He's finished 2nd in a Grand Prix here at home. He's only ever won 1 Grand Prix, and that was the crazy race in Phillip Island a couple of years ago. And just imagine if the most French of all riders, Johann Zarco, could do it here in Le Mans.
Well, he's the fastest man on track by quite some, which is concerning. I'm not saying that as a quality.
Well, obviously the rain's getting heavier, Neil.
Yeah, you can see the bikes moving around as well. Another thing to throw into the mix, just to think about, Zarco started on wets when the track was relatively dry.
Oh, don't say that.
I know it's the fact, though, what happens then with all the power of these bikes, you can take the edge off them. You can end up in a situation where they wear down really quick on those opening laps. Essentially, his tyres won't be in as good a condition as the riders behind him.
Alex Marquez is quicker than Marc. He's closing in on his brother, he was anyway. Remember, he was, remember in the wet race, Repsol Honda? 2020, late on that year. Do you remember? We were back in London, but he finished second on the Repsol Honda in not same conditions, but similar.
Yeah, you can't believe what it feels like in these races, how long they go on for. Think of the drama we've had. Obviously, we got the starter bolted, we've had bike swaps, we've had having to make big decisions, and then you're riding round on slicks on a wet track for a bit. Now they're on wet tyres that are worn on a greasy track. They're doing lap times that are 16 seconds slower than what they were doing in qualifying. What you need in these long races is incredible concentration. You can think about nothing else except what's coming towards you. You can't think about what's happened in the past, what your rivals are doing. You have to focus on the corner. Your brake pressure in these conditions is so important. A fraction too much, you'll let the front you down. When you apply the throttle, you have to breathe on it. You can't snap and go straight to 5–10%. It's 1, 2, 3, 4% as you increase it. It is so difficult.
A bit wider there for Marc Marquez as he rides around La Chapelle. This is where he comes into his own, though, in these kinds of conditions. Because of his field that he's got, he's able to find the limit. Speeding in pit lane for Enea Bastianini, a double long lap penalty for him. I don't know what happened to Jack Miller. I didn't see a crash, and I feel like he might have retired from the race rather than it be a crash, because he was 9 seconds ahead of Zarco on the road, or might have been even more. So I've no idea what happened. He'd also made this choice that Zarco had.
Yeah, that's why I was really surprised early on with the people who started on wets. When they came in to change their tyres straight away, you're like, no, you've taken that gamble. You've sort of got to ride it out. Otherwise,
what's the point?
What's the point?
That's where we were saying with Bagnaia, don't come in. He'd have been in a prime position now. That 35 seconds would have looked like nothing that he lost by crashing.
Exactly.
Okay, as I say again, he might have lost a bit of time early on in the race, but look at where Zarco is.
If Bagnaia had not come in, Bagnaia had been in the top 10 now.
Yeah. He's currently 17, 55 seconds behind Marco Bezzecchi, who's crashed as well. So this is Pedro Costa closing quickly on the Alpine liveried Pramac Yamaha of Miguel Oliveira.
Tell you what, think about what's happened so far in this race. And still, you can't separate the two Marquez brothers. Like, there's nothing between them. Alex Marquez has been so impressive. I bet Marc Marquez is looking at his pit board, seeing +0, Alex, you'd be like, what do I have to do to shake him off?
He's just gone half a second quicker than his brother on that last lap. It's really raining now. Really heavy up towards turn 1. It was coming, it was always there. That's wide, but Acosta's done the right thing.
Zarco still the fastest man on track, by quite some.
Oh no.
He's 9 seconds now.
That's worrying me.
9 seconds with 15 laps to go to make history. For this to be the greatest day of his life. Imagine winning here.
In front of the biggest weekend crowd that we've had in the MotoGP era in France.
Yeah, over 300,000 people. And that's real. That's not made up numbers to make it sound better. Trust me, this place is ram-packed.
They're getting their money's worth, aren't they? Oh, I hope you're following along in this race. It has been a wild ride so far, and we're not even at half race distance. Fermin Aldeguer's there in 7th. Took a gamble to stay out an extra lap. Often in these situations, Marc Marquez is a good guide, isn't he? Of when to come in and when to go out, that sort of thing. But Johann Zarco's calculated it best. What I will say is 9 seconds between them. You know, Marc Marquez has already done a double long lap, and he's done a changed bike, so he's ridden through the pits.
Yeah.
That was the difference in them.
Yeah, 0-0, though it's a fine line. Yeah. Hervé Poncharal called it on the grid.
Well, he'd be happy for Johann, or his former rider.
Oh, steady. Offline, be careful.
These will be the longest 14 laps of Johann Zarco's life.
Yeah.
He is a double Moto2 world champion. He has been a darling of this crowd for years that he's been riding around, since he leapt onto the scene in 2009, and this could be his crowning moment. Marc Marquez is doing his bit for the championship at the moment. He's ready to pick up the pieces should a mistake befall, but I don't think even the cold heart of Marc Marquez, who will do anything to win, would begrudge Johann Zarco winning this race.
No,
I may be wrong, because I know he will do anything to win.
Yeah, he would do anything to him. But I think Alex Marquez just lost a bit of pace there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just broken the elastic to his brother. How far is it? He's got 6 seconds. Alex Marquez, that is. He's 6 seconds in front of Pedro Acosta, who's circulating at a similar lap time to him.
This is the race start. This is Bagnaia, mid-pack. Oh, look at it in there. Who's on his inside there?
What was that? Costa? No, is it Acosta? Bastianini.
Yeah, and then, oh, poor Mia. Mia's.
And look who goes through the gravel. Zarco goes through the gravel.
He does. Good spot.
Oh, incredible.
So watch Zarco on the near part of your screen now. He's right on the outside.
Oh, how did he not crash Zarco?
Down.
This is Zarco's day. If he should have gone down there. Bagnaia was so unlucky there. That was a silly move from Bastianini. He was on the curb.
But what do we say about the race start?
Yeah, exactly. That's the reality of that horrible turn 3. It, ride-out devices, everything just works against you.
Right, now, Neil, 3/10 a lap. Zarco is taking on Marc Marquez. When do the teams start to say, manage this one?
Now. Yeah, with 9.6 seconds lead.
Did you see the slow blink of Lucio there?
Yeah, team owner. I mean, Lucio Cecchinello. I mean, he's had some special victories himself in his career, and obviously as a team manager, but I think this one would rank, I mean, so high. I mean, also, this is going to be, if Zarco wins, this will be the first non-Ducati victory for 22 rounds.
It breaks the record and means that Ducati don't
own it on their own.
Yeah.
And who would take it off them? Honda. Who they share it with.
Yeah. You love that, don't you?
Yeah.
Right, we're on board now, looking at the rear of Miguel Oliveira's bike with Maverick Vinales. He was a Tech3 rider himself back in the day. Pace has upped over the last couple of laps. It looks like the rain may be not falling as heavy as it has done over the last couple. It is still falling, as you can see.
Yeah, Sylvain said, then he's just been out the commentary box, said, yeah, it's still falling a little. So this track's not going to dry, is it? We're at the halfway point now. A lot of racing to go, a lot of concentration yet. You touch one of those white lines at the wrong point and you are down. Face plan.
Let's just hope that Johann Zarco has the wherewithal to bring it home. Top left of your screen. We are on board with Maverick Vinales in the main picture. Marc Marquez, you've got in that second spot there, 10 seconds now behind. Johann Zarco's just set a 45.
Yeah, that's a quick lap time.
That makes me nervous because that is 8/10 quicker than Marc Marquez. It's 9/10 quicker than Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta. It's 1.4 quicker than Oliveira and Maverick Vinales.
Yeah, now's the time. I'm being serious. The team needs to tell him. The team need to be giving him the you can lose a second a lap now and still win pretty much.
I've heard it said in the past, and I've had it said to me by people in the past, oh yeah, but slowing down in this situation, it's not easy to do. You can lose your focus, lose your rhythm. What's your take on that?
Do you know, I was always very good at slowing down. Weirdly, it came natural throughout my career, so no, genuinely, I do understand that argument. But also, when you've got some flow, Oliveira's having a bit back.
He's coming back.
Good to see.
A bit of it.
Yeah, when you've got a bit of a flow state, he's riding round doing 45s now. Zarco I'm talking about. When you see you've got a 10-second lead and he's going to come round, there's going to be 11 laps to go. Essentially, it's easy to back it off. All you do is you don't lose concentration. You just don't trail brake in as much. When you turn the throttle, you're not quite as aggressive. You're just smooth it all off. Trust me, Zarco is not going to lose his concentration in this race.
3 MotoGP podiums for Johann Zarco on home soil. Second in 17 and 21. Third in 2023. He was on pole here in 2018 and led the race, and of course it ended in disaster.
Yeah.
But this is the day. This is the moment. I hope everyone at home, we don't have favourites. We think they're all heroes out there, but I hope you're cheering this man on because no one deserves it more. He is 34 years of age now, Johann Zarco. He is the oldest rider in MotoGP, and he could be about to double his MotoGP win tally.
Yeah, and do you know what? Don't be mistaken by his quirky personality. we're talking about a man who is obsessed with MotoGP. He trains so hard. He's got a different trainer this year. He's been working closely with him. He's got a different sports psychologist he's been working really closely with. And it's for times like this, moments like this, intense times in a race, in a wet race, where you have to be precise. I mean, he's 1.2 seconds a lap faster than Marc Marquez is going right now.
Lucio Cecchinello.
Now is the time for Lucio to be leaning over. You'll see Lucio
doing the classic.
He'll be doing waving his arms, going the old slow down, because now is the time.
Was that Bruno that time when Cal went and won in the Czech Grand Prix? It's on the wall. Cal said, "What are you doing?" I remember him saying, "What was he doing?"
And like I say, what was it, a few weeks back when you watched the Le Mans 24-hour race around here, it is so easy to make a mistake and you are down. We've seen the crashes in that last part of the track as well.
You don't have to do anything wrong. Look how upright that Frankie Morbidelli is. That was on the 6th lap of the race. And away the bike slides for him. That was just as he was about to come in to the pits. He has got back out there, but he's down in 18th. You can hear the crowd in the background.
He's backed it off. Zarco's
cheering him on.
Yeah, Zarco has backed it off.
He's got to keep the tyre under him as well.
Yeah, I think he will do. I mean, he slowed down by about, I'm going to say, what's that, about 0.8 of a second. Yeah. So then what happens? It actually then does become a lot more comfortable.
So Zarco, Marquez and Alex Marquez, 1, 2 and 3. 12 seconds between Zarco and Marc.
Get the blue flag out.
Yeah, please. And he gets through okay on Marco Bezzecchi. Alex Marquez is 2.5 seconds ahead of Pedro Acosta, 6 seconds ahead of Vinales, who is 3/10 ahead of Oliveira. Aldeguer 7th. Taka Nakagami, wildcard this weekend, about to get one of his best MotoGP results today.
In a few years.
So Nakagami in 8th. Raul Fernandez 9th. Lorenzo Savadori replacing Jorge Martin, of course, he's in 10th.
Look at the crowd, every lap, every corner, every grandstand.
I feel like they don't want to cheer him on too much, though, get him too giddy at this stage. Rain has picked up again. Ogura is 12th behind Fabio Di Gianantonio. Luca Marini 13th. Alex Rins 14th. And Marco Bezzecchi 15th. Bastianini is 16th. Pecco Bagnaia is 48 seconds behind Bastianini, who's had 4 long lap penalties to perform. And Frankie Morbidelli is 18th. Here we go.
He's aging.
There we go.
Lucio Cecchinello is aging every corner. The problem is now that it looks like it's getting heavier now, which is not ideal. These wet tyres will be worn.
Really heavy. He just opened the door and I could see.
Oh, be careful.
On that white line.
Yeah, through that part. Look, there we go. There's the wave. Pointing, please. I hope he can see that it's 12 seconds, not 1.2. And we've had these chats in the past.
We saw Pope Leo, didn't we, in the crowd earlier, or at least someone dressed up as him. They'll be praying around here, I tell you, for the first ever MotoGP winner from France, in France. Aldeguer now closing on Oliveira. Can't buy drama like this. This is lightning in a bottle stuff, and it is getting heavier, the rain out on the French Grand Prix. Drama from start to finish.
And Zarco is not your typical GP rider, is he? He's not got fancy sunglasses. He doesn't have an entourage with him. He doesn't have a lot of people around him. He does his own thing. Always approachable. Very, very popular here at home. It's funny because both him and Fabio are complete polar opposites. They get on incredibly well. And you feel like, just looking at the fans throughout this weekend, the fan base looks pretty much split 50-50. But I think we're all well aware Zarco's in the twilight of his career. He's the oldest MotoGP rider. What is he, 34? Yeah, 34 years old. He's out of contract at the end of this year. He's definitely going to get a contract, and I'd assume it'd be a 2-year contract with Honda because he's been incredible for them. He's been a real asset. So yeah, but there aren't going to be that many more opportunities for him to do this sort of wonderful thing. So
5th, of course, in Qatar, so that will equal his Grand Prix best.
Is on the edge of her seat, as you would expect. She's not here this weekend, but obviously watching all the action.
It's a survival of the fittest out there, isn't it? Survival of the bravest, or survival of the stupid, I don't know, with the pace that's being run at the front by Zarco again.
Lap time.
Another 46.5.
Yeah.
But he's not rolling out of it. He's just keeping going, keeping heat in his tyres.
Well, yeah.
He's in a zone.
Yeah, I know, but I just can't watch.
The LCR press officer has just texted us as well, Irene, saying this is the longest race ever. That's the LCR press office in the middle of the race. And it is, there's still 5.5 laps to go.
This will be interesting.
Oh, I've just heard a crash. It's not, I don't think, Johann Zarco. It's Alex Marquez from 3rd place in this race.
2nd in the championship.
You don't have to do anything and you could be down. You don't have to do anything. That could provoke Pedro Acosta. He's going to get going again. That's up at turn 1.
Yeah, he's going to get going, so he will get points. But look at that. Look at that off the throttle. Look at this. What a crash.
Breaks the screen. He had one there earlier today. A horrible one, actually, at turn 2, should we call it, when he was about to change direction.
Where is he then now?
He's going to rejoin. He's probably
6th.
Yeah, 6th. Probably salvaging something here. He's just ahead of Taka Nakagami.
What a race.
All important points for the championship, of course, as far as Alex is concerned. Johann Zarco still going. He's through the final corner now. I mean, he will know. He'll have watched the 24 hours. I guarantee that Johann Zarco will have watched probably all the 24 hours of Le Mans, because he lives, breathes motorcycle racing. He rode his motorcycle, Johann Zarco, from his home in Avignon to Aragon, because he's just a biker.
Yeah.
He is. He's like you or I.
He so is. He's not backed off the pace, though. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be he's on board, so we're going to see him get really clattered. So it's a bad start. He's on wet tyres anyway. I mean, it's a terrible start, in fact. Let's have a look at what happens. He's going to get punted. It's always risky. He's going to go down the outside, but you're always going to get collected if someone goes wide. And get ready for this. Bang. There you go, into the gravel. And at that point, you just think, oh, that's it, race is done.
You know it's your day then when you are leading the Grand Prix by 16 seconds. Here again into Garage Vert. The crowd around here, they are 10 deep in every single part of the racetrack. He's still getting close to the white lines.
Well, he's sliding.
Silva Gintoli, I don't know if you can hear him in our microphones. He's shouting at the screens. He is, well, on the day that Johann Zarco won, he tapped him up. There's your QR code for vote for your rider of the race. I'm going to not tell you who to vote for, but I'm pretty sure I know who's going to win it.
Sylvan's going to run into pit lane. He's going to be giving him the slow down signal. I think all the other teams would do as well, because he'd be such a popular winner.
Pedro Acosta's up into the podium positions. Let's not forget, Pedro has stitches in his right arm from keyhole surgery to alleviate arm pump, and he's in 3rd in his comeback race. He didn't even know he had to pass a fitness test before riding this weekend. Right, Zarco and Marquez lap times are similar now, but it's Marquez pace that's up rather than Zarco slowing down. He has 10 seconds over Acosta. Oh no, another second quicker for Zarco. Yeah, just Marquez on that last lap.
Just a 16.8 second lead.
Look, at least if he does go down, there's a chance he remounts in the lead.
4 laps to go, 3.5 laps to go if we want to get precise. There will be tears. There will be backflips.
There'll be
some beer drunk as well.
There'll be a bit of guitar action. I'm sure he'll probably have a song prepared, knowing Johann. He did. What did he write last year? A little elegy, wasn't it, to the French fans, and he played it on the guitar in front of them on the home straight a year ago. He has dreamt of this moment since he came here watching bikes, I'm sure, when he was a kid. The crowd will go wild. This will be a fairy tale of huge proportions. A moment for the ages if Johann Zarco can win the Grand Prix of France at home, and it's getting closer. It's within touching distance. I just don't want to say it's going to happen, because that would be the ultimate.
Now, this is one of them. I was there. We've seen pictures of the crowds this weekend. Families, young families. They do such a good job here. It's a festival feeling. It's got a Glastonbury vibe. People come here for 4 or 5 days. There's loads of entertainment on throughout the weekend. Oh. Just 3 laps to go. It gets voted constantly over recent years the best Grand Prix of the season, doesn't it? Claude Michy and his team put on an amazing race this weekend. They put it on every single year. They've brought the fans here even earlier this weekend with strikes around, strikes today. They've been here since Wednesday after VA Day, national holiday on Thursday. And they've all dreamt of this. Didn't know if it was possible, didn't really realistically think it was possible. But it's there with 2.5 laps to go. Alex Marquez has crashed again. I just got a yellow banner crashed out with no name next to it. Well, it looks like it's Alex at turn 11. That's the end of his race. No points scored. So we've got a race on, though. We've got a race for the podium. Aldeguer's closing in 2 seconds quicker. Oh, my goodness. There you go. That's what we've talked about the whole time. That's what happens. Aldeguer and Acosta don't like each other. They're both from Murcia. They grew up together. No one's really revealed why. I think it's both coming from the same part of the country and wanting to be top dog. But Aldeguer was 2 seconds quicker than Acosta on that last lap. He's the fastest rider on circuit by a second. And the gap now, I'm going to look through the second split any moment now, is closing at a rapid pace, down to 1.3. 2.5 to go. Yeah, it's going to be a second when they go over the line. They just not the best of pals. No, it's a proper rivalry. So there is Acosta on the 37. And he'll know now that Aldeguer is coming. He's got to negotiate back marker. It's Marco Bezzecchi on the factory at Aprilia. And this is a chance for Aldeguer to get his first Grand Prix podium as well. Yeah. Obviously, he's had a sprint podium yesterday. What do you think he's trying? Bear in mind, he was late to come in. This is superb from the rookie. He's just using the riders in front as a marker. But as we've seen, a moment, and it will just go. Frankie Carcelli also on the edge of his seat. This is tightening up. Look at it, he's made up 1.9 seconds on this lap. Careful. That's the one. Oh, you saw the slip. Look at this, all in. Yeah, this is in 1 lap. This will be. Yeah, he's 1.6 seconds faster. A reminder that in the championship, Marc Marquez, if he takes 20 points, opens up 22 as the lead over Alex Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia is not scoring a point as things stand, so he's opening up a huge lead. This could be vital as regards the championship going forwards. Here we go there. Oh, a slip from Acosta over the top. I don't know if he touched the white line there. He might have done. It's not going to matter. Like Aldeguer's got so much more grip. And he's just going to turn underneath him. Not what Acosta will want to see at all. And he's powerless here. You're right. He's powerless. So Acosta, the trophy falls out of his hands. The lead is up to 19 seconds now, and we've got 1.5 laps to go. Oh, this would be remarkable. This circuit will erupt. These bikes are loud, but the French crowd will be louder if Johann Zarco can complete the next lap and a quarter. He's coming up to the final corners for the penultimate time now. Johan Silva, Pierre Zarco. There we have it, Pierre Monneray in 1954, the last French rider to win his home Grand Prix, and just listen to this crowd. Steady, he's still going fast though, that was still a 46th. Please slow down. Because if he crashes, it'll go down in history as the biggest mistake in any motorcycle racer's career. He's got a 20-second lead. I can't watch. I can't. Half a lap to go. He's through La Chapelle safely. Museum, the famous museum corner, next on the hit list. Keep it rubber side down.
Johann. Oh. He has ridden just with such smooth grace here today in horrible conditions.
I just don't know if he's my rider of the day, though.
Listen to the crowd through there, all on their feet throughout. Umbrellas have gone. They just want to cheer on their hero. Are we going to hear the Marseillaise in half a lap's time?
Yes, we are.
Oh, look at the tears.
Look at that. Only sport can do that to you. That's some emotion.
Zarco ringing out around the Le Mans circuit. 4 more corners to go. But Johann
banked it off. Give us a wave. Come on,
don't
Zarco.
give us a wave.
Give us a wave. Come on.
2 more corners to go for Johann Zarco. Listen to them. Can you hear the Honda? No, you can't. Safely through. He has a look around. He has a wave. Through the final corner. Zarco's wait is over.
Yes!
France's wait is over. A sensational home victory here at Le Mans for Johann Zarco. The tricolor will wave with pride over the top of the podium in MotoGP here in France. Marc Marquez has done his bit for the championship. And look at the tears rolling down in the Castrol LCR Honda garage. Marquez takes second place. That means the world to him, but not as much as it means to Johann Zarco. Chapeau to Johann. Firmino again makes it a double podium and almost loses it across the line. A brilliant weekend for the rookie. But we have witnessed history here, and the Michelin man himself waves a checkered flag for Zarco. Could he get any more French?
No. Oh. Sylvain's in tears. Oh, I'm speechless. What a race. What take.